Ähm, teile noch meinen Gaza-Screen. Good morning or good evening in New Zealand. We are here in Ahrensburg near Hamburg in Germany. My name is Andi Adivijaya, and while I have my company since 17 years, I'm using Silver Stripe since the first book of Ingo. I really would like to welcome you in person in Ahrensburg, but while the situation is improving, it's still restricted to travel and everyone avoids unnecessary travels. I would really like to see you in person, and it will happen in the near future. But with all disadvantages of this situation, there are also advantages. Welcome again, New Zealand, and welcome Madagascar, and welcome the whole world. So I will invite you to Ahrensburg in the not too far future, but I also think that this virtual conference won't be the last. Not because of pandemic situations, but to have a global event celebrating Silver Stripe CMS. I want to thank my team. That's Finja, my screen designer, Steffen Karl, who put up this great Gaza world, and Valentin and Bennett, who are helping me with the videos. And I want to thank Werner. Without Werner, nothing will happen here. And then there's S2 Hub. While I am the main host of this conference, this is the first conference that is not officially organized by a company, but by a non-profit organization called S2 Hub. It's an organization we founded in the last year to support the community and to create more leverage for Silver Stripe CMS in the world. I would like to have Herbert, our chairman, say a few words. Hello, Herbert.
Hi, guys. It's finally happening. It's cool.
Yes.
Yes, my name is Herbert. I'm the CEO of North Creation Agency. I thought I should say a couple of words of the S2 Hub initiative that has been going on since 2 years now, almost. How did it start? What is it? And what are the goals? So 2 years ago, basically, Andy wrote the piece who started this idea that we, as lifelong users of Silver Stripe, should try to do something more for the community. So we have since then gotten big support from Silver Stripe Limited and also the community for resources and ideas and help to go ahead in what now is the S2 Hub project, if you will. So what is it? Basically, it's S2 Hub is based as a non-profit legal entity based in Austria, I should say. It consists of a board of 4 people today, which are the usual suspects by now. Andy, who's managing the StripeCon this year, and we have Werner, who has been part of every StripeCon since the first one, and the legend Andreas, probably the most likable of all of us, and myself. So this. The idea was to create an open and inviting community-driven organization. And quickly, what are the goals? What are we aiming for? The S2 Hub's main goal, I think, is to serve and expand the European Silver Stripe community. The vision is to create some kind of central hub where we can showcase interesting European showcases, help agencies and developers find each other and new clients as well. And help everyone interested in succeeding with Silver Stripe CMS. We have now launched the first site at s2-hub.com, and features will be added along the way. Any ideas or showcases you would like to share with us, please contact me or Andy at any time. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Herbert, for this introduction. I can say that you will hear from us in the future. And also Herbert is a sponsor, and I want all others to thank all other sponsors. This community is not only driven by individuals, but also by companies, which are enthusiastic users of Silver Stripe CMS. in which sponsor this event and other activities regarding Silverstripe. We have the usual suspects, as Herbert named them, but we also have some new sponsors this year, including Brandcom in Germany and Funke Media for the first time, and also others. Julian did a great job in hosting the first virtual conference last year, and we had great talks, and everything went very smoothly. It's a really big pressure for me. But what we are missing last year was socializing, the things between the sessions. We had the feeling that we need more possibilities to meet the other people, because we have a great community. We are all likely-minded, and it's really a pleasure to meet each other. So now this year we have Gather. Between the sessions, have a look around. My colleague Steffen is a game design student, and he has a great job creating a small world to explore. You can find many private spaces where you can speak with other people, but let's take the expression private, not too private, it's just a table in a real world conference, which you can join and leave again. Also, find the hidden games. Every day we will have a different game, some treasure to find. Today, you will find treasures in different hidden places. So I will show a little bit of Gather now. So you are all supposed to be in the main meeting room. Yeah, I see Ingo there and Lars. Hello all. And when you leave, there you find the sponsor booths. Don't expect someone to be there, it's just decoration. But you can find the websites of the sponsors on the tables. And you can look into the other rooms. We have the North Creation Bar. There you can have a drink, but you have to bring your own drink, of course. We have a game room, and we have the CSL garden. Oh, some people are following me. The CSL garden, where you find a maze. And today we will also unlock the Twisted Bites dungeon. It's closed by now, but we will unlock it after my speech. And in this dungeon, you will find a treasure chest today, where you can win something. And today it's the usual 3 IntelliJ licenses, which you can win. We will have, how do you say? We will choose from all submissions to the treasure farm. So back to the conference. We are happy to have a great talk schedule. We are fully booked very early, and while we have some speakers that join us every year, we also have some new faces. We have deep insights right from the Silverstripe crew, and we have great uses of Silverstripe CMS in the wild. Also, we have a workshop afternoon tomorrow with hands-on workshops of Herbert, Werner, and James on a more intermediate level. There's something for everyone, and you all will have fun. So another topic, merchandising. Something you always bring back from a conference are t-shirts. There are more than t-shirts. There are also other things they are to order. I will post the link soon. Now we are getting ready, and we will start with Wayne in approximately 15 minutes. So See you in Gaza, and we will write back. Hello again. We are back on the conference. Now let's start the talks. This is a community event, but we are very happy to start with official keynotes from Silverstripe Limited in New Zealand. We are starting with Wayne and Bryn. Hello, guys.
Hello.
I'm fine. It's very nice to see you. Yeah, Wayne is the new CEO of Silverstripe, and Bryn is a product manager. And we are all used to see the faces of Sigurd and Sam. You are the new faces of Silverstripe. So we are really keen to know what you are planning for the future of Silverstripe.
Bryn's face is a lot newer or younger than mine, but we won't get into that too much detail. So thank you. I'm the new CEO of Silverstripe Limited. I took over from Sam in March this year. I have one message for everybody here today. That is that Silverstripe is committed to continuing to make sure that we grow and support this community. So that's the key message we have today. The most important person that you have on this talk here is not necessarily me, but Bryn. Bryn is our head of product who looks after this community and looks after the Silverstripe CMS so that it continues to move forward. So you'll hear more from Bryn in a few minutes. We were to be joined tonight, or today, I should say, this morning by Nick, but unfortunately Nick couldn't make it. So what I'll do, I think we have a presentation that you can all see. But maybe just initially a little bit about me, first of all, most importantly. I suppose, I was born in South Africa not too many years ago. I taught and lectured STEM-based subjects, science, technology, engineering, and maths. And I had students go on to develop all sorts of really cool stuff around the world. So that was quite good. I then spent about 20 years in England, in the UK, living in the UK, but working all over the world, leading and transforming and growing various different technology businesses. 4 years ago, I was asked to come out to New Zealand to run a technology business in New Zealand. My wife is a Kiwi, so my kids have now adopted New Zealand as their home. At the beginning of this year, I was actually asked to take on the CEO role of Silverstripe. So hence, we're still in New Zealand and loving it. I think if we can move on, please, Bryn. What I wanted to do is just give you a perspective of Silverstripe Limited and who the people are, because as Andy said, they're new people, new faces. Sam, Sig, Tim, etc. They're all still part of Silverstripe. They're actually on the board. I meet with them every single month at the board meetings. I meet with them throughout the month as well. They're still actively involved in making sure that Silverstripe is extremely successful, and not only Silverstripe Limited, but the community and CMS itself. So, but the people that you see on the board here are essentially my leadership team at Silverstripe Limited. On the left-hand side, we have Dom. She's a Kiwi. Dom is a Kiwi. She runs all of our customer and sales and marketing activity. Pete is a Scotsman, and Pete runs basically our agency business at Silverstripe. We have an agency business in New Zealand, which I will talk about in a bit more detail shortly, and how it can help you guys as well. Nick is our technology or digital, we call it a digital officer, but essentially everything technology and operations and platform related goes to Nick. Bryn, who will speak in a few minutes, actually works in Nick's team, and there's quite a lot of work that they're actually doing. Nick is a ex-developer, technologist turned business person, developed his own SaaS products, and done a number of things. Worked in loyalty, etc., etc. Tobias, as we should say, is a German, and he's our operations officer. He's actually currently living in Malaysia, but hopefully at some point soon we will have him in New Zealand. So that's the core team. They are the people that help us make sure that everything ticks along nicely in Silverstripe. As I say, Bryn, who will talk in a minute, reports into Nick, and we'll talk more about how we actually do support the community and CMS. But on that, if we just go on to the next slide, please, Bryn. Maybe just a bit of some key takeaways that I'd like to get across here. The first one is that we started out, or Silverstripe started out as an open source software and community. That is still our intention today. We are absolutely committed again. And if I keep saying that too often, fantastic, because we are committed to making sure the success of that. What we also did do was if we press again, please, Bryn, maybe a few times there just to, what we did was we won the government business in New Zealand to build a digital experience platform. So that launched our ability to build that. We've partnered up with AWS now to be able to build that platform. We've learned a lot over the last few years. And, what we're doing is we're working with AWS to be able to release that platform further afield as well. We do have clients around the world who currently do consume Silverstripe in the platform, digital experience platform. And that's an area that, if you wanted to speak to the team about, that's an area that could help to augment some of the work that you actually do today. We also have built a digital experience agency business in New Zealand. And again, there's a lot of work that we've done there that, I feel we could share with the community and vice versa. I'm interested to see over the next few days what work you're all doing, because I'm saying to the team, we can actually learn a lot from the community as well. And that's another reason why I'm very keen for it to progress. So, who knows what's going to happen in the future? We have some ideas right now, but if we just press again, Bryn, I think one more, if you don't mind. One thing we do know, and this is an area that I'm very excited about because we're at the cusp of this, not only Silverstripe Limited in New Zealand, but us as a community around the world. The one thing that's really, really key right now is this digital ecosystem. This area, this space, if you like, where people and things are increasingly connected to content to be able to create much better experiences for people around the world, and also to make people's lives much better. So that's a space that we're focused on. Our whole purpose around is starting to be focused around that area, if you like. What we'd like to do is we'd like to work with yourselves on that to understand more about what you're seeing, understand more about what you need, and understand how we actually grow Silverstripe CMS and also the community. So thank you. Over to Bryn.
Thanks, Wayne. So hi, everyone. I'll take over for the remainder of the talk. First to start off, I'll give you a little bit more about me. So my name is Bryn Wyman, and I'm the product manager for CMS at Silverstripe. I've been in the background of community interactions for the past 3 years or so. It's been 3 years, but I still haven't got around to updating my GitHub avatar, so this has become what I can't change now. When I came on board to Silverstripe, I was working as a product owner with the team that had oversight over what we refer to as the commercially supported CMS modules. And then we had a specific goal in mind, thinking 2 or 3 years ago, which was, we were getting funded for creating and enhancing feature sets of the CMS and framework, specifically for the New Zealand public sector. The goal had always been to use this funding to invest in the product based on the demand we were seeing in the open source, the work, so everyone could benefit from it. So over the past few years, I've become pretty familiar with this open source ecosystem. I think I've developed a pretty nifty skill of retaining GitHub issue titles in my head, and it surprises me how quickly I'm able to sometimes tell a duplicate issue when it's been raised, even though we're over 2,000 at the moment in GitHub. I've also spent a lot of time talking to and hearing from people like you. That's content editors and site owners on the features they feel could be improved in the CMS or might be missing, from developers on bug reports, feature requests, and support and documentation queries, and from Silverstripe partners and other digital agencies about the value that you want to add for your own clients. I feel very lucky to be a part of these conversations, and it's through the joys of this open source software that I feel lucky to be a part of the Silverstripe CMS ecosystem. Silverstripe CMS started its life in Little New Zealand by the legendary founders, which Wayne's talked to, but that's not really where the product is now. Yes, there's most definitely a headquarters based in New Zealand, but as this conference goes to show, this software is far from being tied to New Zealand anymore, and I think that's pretty cool. So that's a little bit about me. What I want to build off today is what Wayne's been talking about and start to provide a bit more detail into what we've recently been talking about at SilverStripe when it comes to supporting the SilverStripe CMS community. First, I want to pull the curtain back on what our product development team does and how we work day to day. Then I'll share some data. We're using data from the ecosystem to help with our own decision making, so I want you to see that too. Then I want to put forward some ideas on where we might head next. As Wayne has mentioned, supporting the CMS community is going to see some revitalization. That's where we want to see a lot of our efforts go, and so I want to talk about that a little bit more. So, what's behind the curtain? Well, did you know that SilverStripe has a dedicated product development team focused on building and supporting SilverStripe CMS? Did you know that alongside building features, this team also commits to resolving security issues and critical bugs in over 100 modules? I know that's probably a lot of context to hold, and the team does an amazing job at trying to do that, or doing that successfully with that amount of modules. Did you also know that this team puts each quarterly release through a third-party security audit? So any findings that are found in this audit are resolved before a CMS release goes stable. We put a lot of effort into the CMS being an extremely secure project, and we've found that often that message hasn't reached, that these are some of the things that we do behind the scenes. So trying to find an opportunity to share that stuff like now. Like any product, we're also constantly prioritizing, deliberating and reprioritizing what the most impactful thing is that we can work on with the limited amount of time that we have. We're pulled in many different directions too. Do we create something that's going to have a positive impact on a content editor or a site owner? Because without them, we probably wouldn't have a product to build. But we could also create something that's going to allow a developer to have a better experience when building with the framework. After all, if it's not helping you to do your job, you're probably not going to be a pretty big fan of it. Perhaps it's time we focus on the SilverStripe partners. You've chosen to deliver projects with SilverStripe CMS with great outcomes for your clients. Could we give you a better return on your investment by building more integrations with other products or features to speed up project development? But on top of all of those, we've also got an open source product. So people have to be there with support queries, reviewing and merging pull requests and contributions back into the product, making sure that unit and integration tests are passing for the 100+ modules, while also keeping on top of upgrades for the underlying libraries and resolving the security issues I've been talking about. So it can sometimes feel like we're hitting a moving target, but I think we've also done pretty well at hitting it and getting the treats from that. So what are some of the treats that I've talked about? So in the past year, we've seen some highlights from our own product team that I think we're pretty proud of. We implemented stronger support for restricted content stored in the CMS. With the CMS being trusted to be used by some of the most high-profile sites in New Zealand, including the COVID-19 information site and national banks, we know it's important for site owners to be sure that their content is secure. And with many organizations now heavily relying on digitizing their application forms, we've built features for the CMS to guide users in keeping this data secure. We've also added native lazy loading for front-end images maintained in the CMS, and you'll see that in the release that comes out next week. This was done in partnership with Google and helps you and your teams to create performant websites out of the box. I see there's actually an upcoming talk covering Core Web Vitals in the conference, and I'm really looking forward to that. It's something that we think the CMS has a responsibility to get right from the outset. And we've also doubled down on content APIs, providing a really strong opportunity through GraphQL to serve content in the CMS in a really scalable way through disrupting technologies like Next.js. Soon you'll hear from Uncle Cheese about that. This is really an opportunity that we think provides a lot of future-proofing for those who continue to choose SilverStripe CMS for delivering projects. And before these things delivered, I want to make that point that there's a lot of different audiences that we're trying to cater for. And it's all of these audiences that make up what we think of as the community. when I use the phrase community, I'm talking about this group. It's the users, the contributors, and the maintainers. So now I want to share some data, a lot of which focuses on this community. And I want to give a big shout out to Ingo Schumert or Chiller, who put a lot of time into building these queries to generate these insights. So thank you, Ingo. So first, I think this is a pretty cool one. According to the analytics from the CMS developer documentation site, we can see how those building with the product have made it to all areas of the globe. Well, except North Korea and the Svalbard Islands off the coast of Norway. Maybe someone in Norway is here and may know someone in those islands. There's also a couple of countries like Guinea and Sierra Leone in Africa that haven't yet seemed to have heard of Silverstripe CMS, but we've got pretty much the whole world. It's also really interesting for us to note that from this data that more than 80% of total activity is happening outside of New Zealand. So we've got a community that's truly global, but what about the size of that community relative to previous years? Well, size of the users of the community is pretty hard to measure, but what we can use is contribution statistics to get an idea of that group, and then also as a proxy for the rate of product adoption. So one way to look at contributions is to measure open source module count. This graph shows the supported and core modules make up less than 1/10 of the whole ecosystem. So that's really a testament to the framework's extensibility and usefulness for a wide variety of use cases. It shows that in the last year alone, over 900 modules were in active development. Although, as you can see from that graph, since 2018, community activity on modules has actually dropped by 1/3. Comment activities are another good lead indicator for community contributions and engagement. Comments on GitHub issues and pull requests are a way to share feedback beyond writing code, right? Overall, we can see the amount of comments is nearly halved from its peak in 2018. Now, that could be attributed to reduced or disinterest from the community on one hand, but on the other hand, it could also be attributed to a lack of support, response, or outreach by module maintainers. Of course, this was also around the time that version 4 of the CMS was released, so that might be playing into the data and the outcome as well a little bit too. But I also want to make the point that this trend isn't something that we're seeing with the community. If we look at contributions to the open source product only by staff members employed by Silverstripe, we can see that those that created at least one pull request per year to core and supported modules has nearly halved since the peak in 2018. And that's despite the company being about the same size. And we see this trend pretty much like for like in the community as well. So things are trending down. And I want to come back to some theories about this in a moment. But before we say it's actually in decline, I want to share what researchers are seeing with other open source products. So the following graph shows monthly contributor numbers for 4 extremely popular open source projects on GitHub: React, FontAwesome, Elasticsearch, and Apache Spark. Now, what we can see here is the blue line with the red trend is the contributor numbers for React per month. Now, that doesn't look too dissimilar from the Silverstripe's data, right? What we see is a growth to a peak before the numbers start to drop off as the project reaches a mature, steady state. And I could say that Silverstripe CMS 4 is probably in a bucket similar to that. I think what's also interesting about this graph is that React and FontAwesome, which is the yellow line, are both front-end frameworks, and they share the trend. The back-end frameworks of Elasticsearch and Apache Spark don't see such a peak growth. Now, Silverstripe is also a back-end framework and isn't historically linked with, front-end frameworks where people seem to pick them up, get excited about them, and then moved on. So it's fun to theorize about what it is that gave Silverstripe a contrasting growth trajectory compared to those other back-end frameworks. Maybe that's something you've got an idea on too. Now, I also want to point out that community engagement, or perhaps even adoption metrics, isn't the only measure of a successful product. And even further, community contributions are definitely not all that's required for a product to be successful. I want to call out one study done by North Carolina State researchers found that more than 85% of open source projects on GitHub, less than 5% of developers were responsible for 95% of the code and social interactions. You probably see some aliases on GitHub and the same people that comment or the people that you tag. I think something's pretty similar with Silverstripe too. So perhaps the precedent was set long ago that maintainers should not expect the vast majority to contribute back. But in saying all of this, I don't want you to think that you're off the hook from contributing as part of this open source community just yet. And moving on from contribution numbers, the last graph I want to show you is this one. Let's have a quick look at where the work has actually been going to and potentially who it's for. So at its foundation, CMS stands for Content Management System. This management happens at both the developer level in creating maintainable content structures, but also at the CMS user level. At Silverstripe, we can be pretty honest in the fact that CMS user content management hasn't always been at the forefront of the bulk efforts in the past year or two. It can be hard to quantify what the effect of a CMS feature deficit compared to other CMSs might be, or whether we actually have one, has on the overall engagement of the community, but this graph can give some insights into where that focus is going. So since 2019, you can see that bug fixes make up almost 70% of the work that's done for the core and supported modules, while new features make up almost only 10%. Now, while both these categories can benefit either developers or users of the CMS, it enables us to determine trends over time between proactive and reactive work. And admittedly, we've set other goals for better supporting innovative projects outside of the core module set. But I think this trend of bug fixing or reactive work gives light to the fact that the focus has been on stabilization, perhaps at the expense of pushing the content editing experience forward. So I want to move to my third and final point of the talk, which is what are we thinking about some of this data and where might we head next? And it's now that I want to echo back to what Wayne was saying at the start. It's that those that continue to invest in Silverstripe CMS to help run your business are incredibly valuable to the future of the product. We know that everyone attending this conference is regularly making a decision to use Silverstripe CMS over all the other products and frameworks. So many of you are champions for the CMS, and I think that's awesome. That's all while certain views of this data are showing that group to shrink. So we're having serious discussions about this at Silverstripe HQ, and to Wayne's point, adoption of the product is on the critical path to success of our company. And having a stance of looking at content experience more is also something that's really got to be there. We understand how much the community, that's users as well as contributors, are tethered to product innovation and adoption. And while I make no promises here as part of this short talk, we are on that path, and we understand that this is where we need to get to. So speaking of this, later in the conference, you'll hear from other Silverstripers like Andrew Paxley, who will be talking about how we've integrated the product with Elasticsearch, providing a much broader content experience. And from Brett Tasker, who is thinking deeply about the performance of the CMS and its relationship with platform infrastructure. But I think we also need to make use of the champions here in this virtual room. Paul Clark, our lead UX designer, found a quote that I wanted to share with you today, which is, ultimately, we think that the community provides the most value for open source projects and their ability to help spread the word about the project organically, lead credibility to the product, and ensure that the project evolves as the needs of its users. And to that point, we're currently thinking about what's required to support you in being champions for the product. And honestly, at this stage, a burning one for us at Silverstripe is revitalizing silverstripe.org. We think the content needs a revamp. Well, we know the content needs a revamp. It's currently not giving you the tools to show your clients that you've made the right decision by choosing Silverstripe. Also, the developer documentation can be a little bit rough around the edges. You'll be hearing later from Max and the CMS team, who will be talking about customizing the JavaScript stack of the CMS. He's got some really strong ideas on how focusing on the documentation and development tools could really support people here. And let's not forget the lessons from Uncle Cheese. Revitalizing these in light of new opportunities around a decoupled CMS and using Next.js and the React framework are going to be pretty important to support you, but also in bringing new people on board and supporting them too. I've also seen feedback from digital agencies about the partner and developer directories. Is this something that you would see value in being revitalized too? So I want to state the obvious. People are here at this conference because they're passionate about Silverstripe CMS. My talk's only been brief, but I wanted to be honest about where some of the warning signs that we've been seeing are and how it actually aligns to where Wayne's head's at about where we're going. There's some immediate steps that we've got here that we see as being important. We've also been thinking about how Silverstripe CMS and the framework behind it can continue to support you in creating the things that you build. And remember, we need your help too. Whether that's picking up this conversation with others at the conference, finding opportunities to showcase your work, supporting innovation by adding to the module ecosystem, or even jumping on the community Slack channel or Stack Overflow to help someone else. My understanding is that there's always been a really, really strong community behind this, and now there's really a new wave to think about how to support that. So that's it from me. But before I go, I just wanted to give a quick shout out to those that have organized the StripeCon. And a big shout out to those that are speaking. We've seemed like we've got a really packed 3 days ahead of us, and I'm really looking forward to it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Bryn, for this nice insights. I have to find my position that you can see me. Very interesting, the outlook into the future. And we also think that besides contributors, it's really important to spread the usage of Silverstripe. And a main part of this community are agencies which are using Silverstripe. And besides the Silverstripe insights, we will also see great use cases of Silverstripe and how agencies work with this CMS. Yeah, we have now questions, I think. So what would you like to say to the community as a for this conference and for the future of Silverstripe, Wayne?
For me, is it?
Wayne or Bryn?
I'll let you go, Wayne.
Me first? Okay. No, I think, the first thing I would like to say is that, what we're doing is making sure that people like Bryn, Uncle Cheese, etc., are out there leading this and driving this engagement. Yeah. As Andy said as well, what we want to make sure we're doing is focus on, not only just the software and what it can do, but actually look at those use cases. What I said before was, it's fine to connect people and things and content and data and, security and intelligence, all these fancy words. But at the end of the day, it's a human experience, a human life that we're impacting. And what we need to be doing is collecting those use cases that we have especially, and thinking about how we use those and how the software, how the technology can actually make people's lives much better. That's really important. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. We want to try to support you with S2 Hub and with the community here in Europe. Thank you for this great talk. But I think all are waiting for Uncle Cheese to speak. So we will be back in 15 minutes for the talk of Aaron about the headless things coming in Silverstripe. Thank you. Hello again, and welcome back to Virtual StripeCon. Can you imagine how Silver Stripe would work without Uncle Cheese? I won't. I cannot imagine, and I don't want to imagine that. So here is Uncle Cheese. Hello.
Hello.
Good to see you.
Good to be here.
Looks like everything is working. So you will tell us about headless. I'm very much looking forward into this because I'm also working with headless systems on Silver Stripe. And yeah, have fun.
All right. Welcome, welcome. I'm pumped. Willkommen. Probably the most unwelcoming way to say welcome I can possibly imagine. Bienvenue to mes amis français. This is awesome. This is my third time speaking at StripeCon. The first time was in Wellington. It was a live event. The second time we did it last year as a hybrid sort of, we did a live stream and I was speaking to a live audience. This time it's fully virtual. It's also the first time I've done it in my pajamas. So just keep this webcam tilted up, I guess. There we go. All right. So we're here to talk about headless architecture in Silver Stripe. And let's just get straight into it. So this talk is going to be a lot about the research we've done at Silver Stripe on headless architecture and how we've kind of demystified it and looked at some of the technical uncertainties and how we've approached that. And then at the end, I'm going to present you with something you can really use and something that'll be quite exciting. So it's a really good mix of topics where like we'll cover some ideological stuff and some data and kind of opinions and things like that. And then we'll get into some really cool like code stuff. And of course, I'm going to do live coding because I'm insane. So let's go. I am Aaron Carlino. I'm the principal product developer on the open source team at Silver Stripe. My role is really quite cool. I love it. I'm responsible for looking after some of the high-level R&D initiatives for the product. So, you know, where things are going and what kind of technical things we need to be figuring out and making big bets and kind of doing proofs of concept on things, figuring out what won't work, what will, collecting data. So it's really quite fun, and it's kind of serendipitous in a way that I would end up in a place like this here in Wellington doing these kinds of initiatives for the product I've grown to love for 15 years in the community. I've built a lot of modules. Some of them work, most of them don't, but go check them out and try at your own risk. So that's it. No real nicknames or anything to speak of. Just first name, surname is fine. You don't need to worry about calling me anything else. Pretty straightforward. So I'm talking about headless today. And if that sounds familiar, you're probably right to assume that. In 2017, I did a talk called How to Build Headless Apps with Silver Stripe. In 2020, I did a talk called How to Build Headless Apps with Silver Stripe. And in 2021, I'm talking about how to build headless apps with Silver Stripe. So this is how you know, based on this timeline, that we're making really good progress. This is a hard issue. It's hard to do headless. There's a lot of things that we need to unravel. Silver Stripe was built 20 years ago as a monolithic product, and we're kind of subverting that. We're trying to do what it doesn't really want to do by its very nature. So we talked last time around about, excuse me, I'm just going to try to get my presenter view working. I don't have my notes up. It doesn't seem to be working. I'll just wing it. So last time we talked about, I kind of made the case for headless, and I spent a lot of time on this, like, you know, why should you be thinking this way? I'm not going to do that again, but I do think it's necessary for context to kind of just go over some of those things. So I'll start with just a couple of slides here. Shoot. There we go. So sometime in the last year, 2 years, 3 years, whatever, you and your team might have been asked to build an app, and you got to use all these cool things that you never used before. You get to use like front-end technology and APIs and things that you don't normally get to use as part and parcel of a Silverstripe project. And you were like, holy shit, this is so much fun. I love this stuff. And you really enjoyed working with these tools. And not many people know this, but that is actually the holy shit emoji. So that was decided, I think, last week. They voted on it or something. And so feel free to use that from now on. But a few weeks later, you went back to your old web projects and you were like, ah, man, back to this. I wish I could use the app stuff for my website stuff. So I have really good news for you today. We're not talking about apps. We're talking about websites. We're talking about building websites with app technology, which is awesome. We're done with this, like, keeping these separate paths and separate areas of concerns with regard to the app space and the website space, right? We are talking about websites. We're talking about server rendered content. We're talking about public facing, right? We're talking about websites that people use, not apps. Go build your apps somewhere else. There's plenty of ways to build apps. We want to build websites in a really cool and fun way. So why headless? Let's go through some of the bullet points here. Last year, I talked a lot about this point, guaranteeing data sovereignty to your clients. This is a big deal. So I gave this example last time. You have a team of developers. Your client is, working with you closely, and you need to hire a contractor, or someone leaves the team and you need to bring someone else on board. And you say to the client, as you might have to, hey, we need to get access to the source code repository for this new developer that you've never met. Not too difficult a conversation, maybe some procedures to follow, maybe the IT guy has to have his or her say. Pretty typical for a developer to want to ask something like that. That's what developers do. They work with code. Now imagine the same scenario when you go back and say, well, that same developer, in order to do his or her work, needs a copy of the live database. Can you hand that over, please? Not such a not such an easy question to answer, right? So now some clients might be okay with that. That's cool, do you? But the types of clients we're used to dealing with at Silverstripe, and perhaps you are as well, they kind of see that as you crossing a boundary, right? And you are, like, the data is the client's territory. That is a sovereign space of the project. Code belongs to developers, data belongs to the client, right? It's a pretty clear line that you're crossing. So why does that matter? Well, in an API-driven architecture, you are affording the client that sovereignty, that control over their content. It belongs to them. When they come to you and say, I want to build this project, I really like the look of this Silverstripe. I'm totally down with, I love the content management. I love the versioning. I love the grid field. I'm on board, but sometime later, they might have a decision come down from upstairs. Who knows? Something changes and they need to get out. Maybe they have a falling out with you or someone else. They're doing their due diligence, right? As anyone would. And now they need to move on. And the only way out, the only exit strategy they have is a database dump. That's not going to work. That's really cumbersome and expensive to port over to a new platform. An API, on the other hand, is really easy to port over to a new platform. It's just an API. In fact, they could keep their data there if they needed to and move on to something else. So this is a really wonderful thing you can do to your client to de-risk and allow them flexibility in their decision. It gives you a lot of leverage as the person engaging with them. Now, more secure. These headless sites tend to be more secure. They aren't more secure by default, but just in general, the security profile and attack surface of a headless app is going to be a lot smaller than one of them monolithic. Now, what do I mean by that? Well, first of all, you have a platform that's just dedicated to hosting the front end. And those platforms tend to be really good at hosting front ends. They've got all kinds of mitigation strategies against DDoS, and they've got CDNs, they've got serverless functions and all the things, right? But more importantly, the area that we're used to worrying the most about, the CMS, the stack, right, is actually playing a much more diminished role in the public-facing side of the website. All it's doing is interacting with the headless instance. You can scale it down, you can IP restrict it, you can make it play a much smaller role in the overall architecture of your site. So that's a big deal, right? Like when your CMS is playing an active role in not only the content management, but the delivery of all the pages, you're just exposed much more to security issues. So easy to say that headless is a much more secure architecture. Better performance, let's not get carried away here and say that just because it's headless, it's better performing. There are client-rendered apps that are super slow. There are server-rendered apps that are super fast, right? So it's not, these things are not mutually exclusive. There's a lot of overlap and nuance to it. However, in a headless architecture, you just tend to be afforded more opportunities to optimize your site and think about performance. And generally, a headless app is going to feel faster than a server-rendered one. And that's because a lot of the interactions are done in the browser rather than over the network. So don't get into headless just because it is an answer for your performance problems. That's not a good route to be going down. But as a side effect, it's a really nice one to have, that you will get better performance with a headless architecture. You're probably going to have lower hosting costs because, again, most of the requests are coming to a hosting provider that just does front ends. And they do this really well. Now, headless and tends to get conflated with static, and that's true. There's a lot of overlap between the two, and it's probably fair to do that. And hosting static stuff is really cheap because it's static. So it's just easy to do. Dynamic stuff tends to be in the serverless function space. And so your costs go way down because all you're doing is paying for each cycle, right? So hosting costs tend to be a big part of the headless choice as well. I mean, a lot of these sites, a lot of these platforms will host you for free if your site is reasonably small, right? So that's definitely a big issue to be thinking about. Designers love headless because of component-based design, and it really encourages you to think in terms of what is the role of this UI element, not in terms of what context it's in, but like what is the thing and how is it composed. When you go and build that carousel for your favorite client, and then another one comes down 2 months later and says they need a carousel, and it rings a bell, you can reuse that component because the component doesn't know anything about that site. It just knows it's a carousel and it needs a couple images and a headline and whatever, right? So this really encourages the use of wonderful design kind of by default, and increases in efficiency and saves on costs just by giving you such a starting point that's so farther down the track than if you were to be building that from the ground up. And let's not forget about the rich ecosystem of UI libraries out there where, you know, if you need that drop-down date picker thing for the form on the whatever page, and you're doing it in React, say, there's 50,000 of those to choose from, and they're all UI agnostic. They're probably just going to give you whatever UI you want to use, and they fit in seamlessly into your project. So it really accelerates this whole concept of building great UIs. The last thing I'd say is that headless is really good at affording clients the opportunity to choose best of breed services. Now, what do I mean by that? Well, you might have a client that comes to you and says, we love it, we love Silver Stripe, we're into, like I said, love those grid fields. and we're on board. We want to sign on with this thing. However, did I tell you we have a shop? And, you know, they're just not, we really like Shopify and we want to stick with Shopify. We really can't proceed with this. As much as we love it, we cannot migrate the store to SilverStripe. Now, in the back of your mind, you might be thinking, oh, thank God, because I don't want to do your store. SilverStripe doesn't tend to be very good at e-commerce. You're probably going to have to spin up some bespoke thing, right? And so, you know, and if you don't have this headless opportunity, you're kind of thinking, well, what am I going to do here? What is my exit strategy? How do I get them over to SilverStripe? And with a headless architecture, you're just dealing with APIs. Shopify has a great API. SilverStripe has a great API. That's a wonderful thing. You just have two APIs that are both participating in the front end of your website, right? The data source just becomes kind of this implementation detail. Your client is right for wanting to use Shopify over something else. It's a great platform. It's really good at what it does. And there are other services out there that are really good at doing their one specific thing. Let the client choose from the best of breed. There's nothing wrong with that. It can still be a SilverStripe website with the furnishings and accessories of all these wonderful platforms out there. We don't need to write them off just because they're not SilverStripe. So we talked about why. Now, how do we do it? Well, last time I talked a lot about how to do headless begins with SilverStripe GraphQL 4. You need to be using this. SilverStripe GraphQL 3 is not very good. It's quite slow. The headline on that is quite simply, it's the difference between a dynamically rendered website and a statically rendered website. In GraphQL 3, the schema is generated on every single request and you pay a penalty for it. As the schema grows, that penalty increases. So it's not a good fit for API-driven sites. In SilverStripe 4, we have a build task that generates the schema, caches it, and allows that executable code to be run on every single request. The penalty is 0. The bottleneck that you see in a SilverStripe 4 request is simply ORM and controller stack. So it's up to you to optimize all that the way you need to. But generally speaking, in fact, absolutely speaking, SilverStripe 4 GraphQL requests are way faster than the 3 version. There's also other benefits in developer ergonomics. It's a really good API with some, we tend to lean into the YAML layer and kind of encourage the use of that. And there's some really good kind of opinions and assumptions we make about how GraphQL can be used. And generally, you're going to be writing a lot less code. It is supported in the 4.9 release, which means that if you're using SilverStripe GraphQL 4, you're not going to break the admin, which is great. And we will be dropping support for 3.0 probably in 4.10. It's really cumbersome and awkward and expensive to be maintaining these parallel versions and compatibility with 2 APIs. It's just not fun. So just be aware that you'll be coerced into moving into GraphQL 4 in the not so distant future. Once you choose GraphQL 4, you need to now choose what front-end stack you're going to be using to generate your headless website. The 2 that we looked at SilverStripe were Gatsby and Next.js. And we looked a lot into these. There's a lot of others out there that you can look at as well. There's so many stacks that do this. What we liked about Gatsby and Next is that they were clearly at the top of the pack. They were getting the most attention, and they offer these cloud platforms to back them up. So you can host your Gatsby site with the people who make Gatsby. You can host your Next.js site with the people who make Next. That's a really cool thing. We do that at SilverStripe. We let you host your SilverStripe site with the people who make SilverStripe. That's a value proposition that we're really proud of and we lean into, right? So those are all really good things. And that's why we looked at these too. I keep saying we. I was on a team with Ingo at the time, and we looked at these things, but to be honest, it was mostly me. So it sounds weird every time I say we. I think I'm just kind of, I'm just used to saying that. It's a little known fact. Ingo is terrified of headless. It really scared him off, and that's why he left. So we miss you, Ingo, but really sorry. But maybe this will bring you around. Back to Gatsby and Next. So what's the difference? We talked a lot about Gatsby last time. And I kind of made the whole case for, why you want to use that. So value proposition between the two of them are quite similar. Gatsby is a framework that helps you build websites with React. And value proposition of Next is that it's a framework that helps you build websites with React. So a lot of overlap there. The approach differs, and they're actually inverted. So the approach of Gatsby is that it's static by default and dynamic by opt-in. Next is dynamic by default and static by opt-in. Next has gotten a lot better over the years of encouraging you to do static. There's more and more APIs for doing static. And in fact, their documentation, it encourages you to do static, and they're pushing the server-rendered stuff farther down to the bottom of the page. But at the end of the day, Next is run on a dynamic server. It's not static, so it'll always be dynamic by default. With headless apps, this build time stuff is mental. You're just going to be worried about build times, and that's just a huge part of it's the main thing you need to navigate in a headless app, is dealing with build times. So how does each one deal with that? Well, in Gatsby, the build time mitigation is done with these things, what they call incremental builds. And they've gotten really good at this, which is, and an incremental build is when you are able to fetch a portion of the data that is changed. They call this delta fetching. So you can say, well, I last built my site on the 18th of September, and I want just the data that's changed since then. And then it'll augment the site just using that diff, right? And you still get a full build of the entire site, but the work it has to do is minimized by the size of that fetch. Now, if that fetch has a page that changed the title in the main navigation, for instance, you're building the entire thing. So incremental static build, it's a really nice concept, and like I said, it's something they've done very well, but it's not a magic bullet. The build time mitigation for Next is what they call partial static builds, or incremental static generation, which allows you to define just the portion of your site you want to be static. And the long tail that goes off into the future indefinitely is generated on the server and cached after it's generated. So it's up to you. You can have 1,000 pages in that build. You can have 0 pages in that build. You can have a 0 build time if you want to. You can do the whole thing dynamic. So they leave it up to you, which is quite cool. In terms of design, we find that Gatsby is very highly opinionated. It literally has its own GraphQL API that you need to work with, and all kinds of methods with special names and different argument signatures. You're constantly checking the documentation to see what each thing does, and it can be quite confusing. And it does have quite a steep learning curve. Once you beat that curve, you're pretty sweet, but it takes a while to get going. The payoff is really slow. In Next, it's much more minimally opinionated. Bring your own data fetching, just a few corners of the API to understand. I really think if you were to spend 30 minutes reading the Next.js documentation, you'd be ready to build a Next.js website. It's really quite clear. So the learning curve is much more generous on that one. When we looked at Gatsby, we collected a lot of data, and a couple things came up. So in the good column, it does what it says on the tin, which is great. Not so good, it does what it says on the tin. So look, it's really good at building static websites. You get to use React, you get to use all the tools you want to, and what you get is a blazing fast website that scores 100 across the board on Lighthouse. And as promised, you get to have that, right? However, at the end of the day, it's a static site generator. And invariably, you might find that you kind of get painted into a corner. Can you do dynamic stuff with Gatsby? Absolutely, and they're leaning more into this in their latest version 4 release. But it is clear that this is a very awkward kind of place to be when they're static by default, and so this is always going to be a bit pushing a boulder uphill, so to speak, with Gatsby. If you have a small site that is perfect candidate for static, by all means, it's a great fit, but not for everything. Another thing we found is these build times, right? We talked about build times and that being just a key issue to deal with in headless. So when we tested, and I'm going to say we did 1,500 pages using Gatsby Cloud and Netlify as our control. 1,500 pages, good size site, not massive, but good size. Like the area we'd really feel like we had battle tested it. Previews came in just around 15 seconds. Not great. I mean, if you're the marketing person who's got to update the typo in the press release and you hit save and then you're waiting and you're waiting and you're waiting. I don't even think this has been 15 seconds. It's been 15 seconds. It's too long. It's too long. You can't wait 15 seconds. So even Gatsby themselves say, if you want to be on our cloud platform and you want to be a supported CMS, you got to be under 5 seconds. And if you watch some of these more modern CMSs, the way they do preview with Gatsby, it's instantaneous. It looks like Google Docs, like you're editing in the CMS and it just appears. So, and to our credit, we followed really all the best practices we could in building that preview feature, and it's just slow. There's just a lot of things to do. With incremental builds, decent, right? A minute and a quarter is in the ballpark of what you'd expect out of HTTP caching. For instance, if your content author is used to, hitting publish and then waiting for the cache to expire, like that's reasonable. A minute, like you might be able to explain that away. Not stellar though. And then the full build at 8 minutes. Hopefully you're not doing that a whole lot, but none of these numbers are like, oh, I got to use it, right? Like it's all kind of like, it's not a whole lot to get excited about. And again, I really want to pat myself on the back for like really trying to get it to work well. I feel like we put a lot of resources into getting these numbers down, and it wasn't that great. So the next thing we ran into is uploaded assets. Now, static site generators want to treat all your static content as kind of the same thing. It's all part of the static build, right? So uploaded assets are very much a part of that. When you do your static build, it's going to want to go and pull down all the files. And pulling down all the files is a lot of work. So we figured out that if we wanted to target 70% of our clients, we'd have to demonstrate the ability to move 8 gig of assets. That's a lot. And now you can kind of have some leeway with that number because not all those assets are actually used in the site. A lot of people have, they've got 15 different versions of a PDF and only one of them is on the website, etc. But it was definitely the canary in the coal mine that was saying like, you might have a problem here, because it's okay to say on go live day, we got to move 8 gig of assets into the static build, but you just know at some point, someone's going to get frustrated and they're going to hit that clear cache button and do the full build. And it's going to be 4, 5, 6 hours till they see their build. This was a problem. This was a big problem. And it wasn't one that we were able to navigate that easily. The last thing I'll say about Gatsby that was a bit of a blocker was just this whole thing of the source plugin. It's a very... it seems like a very unnecessary, cumbersome layer of abstraction that you're just jamming things into their GraphQL API. And because of that, the source plugin is everything. If you are using a CMS with a really good source plugin, you're going to have a great time because it builds out the GraphQL API in Gatsby the way you'd expect, and everything is just right there where you want it. If the source plugin sucks, you're going to have a bad time. And the fact is, it's just hard to build a source plugin for Silverstripe because we found that we had this great GraphQL 4 API that we had spent, months and months, almost a year working on. And we were essentially rebuilding it in Gatsby land. Custom resolvers and relate this to that. And, oh, what about inheritance? And we have this bizarre thing with, inheritance and interfaces and things like that. And that just was not obvious. Like Gatsby just wants to introspect your GraphQL API and kind of make a bunch of assumptions and build it out, right? So for things like document-based CMSs, contentful, sanity, that kind of stuff, like it's great because there's only like 3 or 4 different types of data. In Silverstripe, you've got 50 data objects, you've got 50 different distinct types of data that all have their own concerns. And so I didn't really like that approach. It felt like a lot of work. Now, if we got the source plugin right, it would be a great experience, but it just always felt like it was going to fall apart at some point. So, and I just didn't really like that we weren't able to leverage all that work we did on GraphQL 4. So in terms of outcomes, well, we got some great stuff out of it. We definitely have a better understanding of build times, as I showed you. There's lots of data on that. I showed you just a bit of it, but there's heaps more. We did small sites, mega sites, all kinds of sites on different platforms. We were able to prove that you could do preview on something like Heroku, so you wouldn't have to be married to the Gatsby Cloud platform. That was quite cool. And then we got some open source contributions out of it. So there is the Silverstripe Gatsby module now. There's the Gatsby source Silverstripe plugin for getting Silverstripe content into your Gatsby project. And then they recommend you have a starter for every CMS, like there's the Gatsby WordPress starter and all that stuff. So we built a starter. So anyone is welcome to jump in there and carry the torch on those. They are really wonderful and they're totally ready to go. Just ignore that. On to Next.js. What did we find out Next.js? Well, love the developer experience. The Next.js prides themselves on being the PHP of JavaScript, right? So it's just drop the file in the file system and it gets its own route. Awesome. So the way that you do blog.php, and then you go to /blog, and then in that PHP file, you do all your data fetching and you create your view, and then you ultimately just return an HTML response to the browser. That's how Next works. And so it just abstracts away all this, isomorphic rendering and all these things you just don't ever want to have to think about. It just kind of works. So that's great. I mean, the developer experience is awesome. It gives us, unlike Gatsby, an opportunity to really show off GraphQL 4. You can use the API the way it's supposed to be used. You can consume all that great content, and it's not standing in your way with its own idiosyncratic way of doing things. We also like that because it's dynamic by default, previews are just built in. So it's a dynamic server. It can authenticate you. It can set cookies. It can do all kinds of things that will allow you to securely view previewed content. So that's really, really nice. With Gatsby, yeah, it supports previews, but you really have to know what you're doing. You got to know the secret sauce, and you got to really optimize for it. So, and you probably have to use their platform. I hate to say it, I didn't have a great time using non-Gatsby architecture with preview. We also like that you can do this design your own build time. That's a really cool offering for a client. Just decide what you want in the static build. Is it, huge? Is it small? Whatever. How long are you willing to wait for a build? That's a really cool thing. Not so good. We have to call out the hosting requirements here. A lot of you might be used to hosting on Node. We're not. That's kind of a new thing. So Node hosting, it really presents something to figure out for a lot of agencies, particularly ones that have their own digital platforms, right? So, and it's not even just as easy as having node hosting. Like Netlify only started hosting Next.js projects in the last 6 months, I want to say. So there's a bit of you got to kind of have the right setup for it. With Gatsby, of course, you're dealing with static builds, and so that can just go anywhere. You can check that on literally anything. Literally anything. It's static. There's also this idea of non-atomic deployments, which I'd want to call out. With a Gatsby build, you get a static set of assets, and it all goes up, and it stays that way until you overwrite it. With Next, you're defining like, well, this part of it's static, but the rest of it is going to morph over time and mutate as people access the site, and it's not going to be the same deployment it was when you pushed it up. I can't think of any specific reason off the top of my head why that would be a problem, but it just seems awkward, and at some point it seems like an infrastructure challenge to have non-atomic deployments like that. We're also probably going to be dealing with CMS hosted assets, which is in violation of the whole headless paradigm. You would be exposing the CMS URL into your build. Probably not a huge deal since it's just static stuff, but of course, if you were able to host your assets on S3 or something, which you should be doing in a headless architecture, I don't know if too many people are doing that in Silverstripe, but it is a good reason to look into hosting your assets on something like S3, now that we have the asset abstraction in Silverstripe 4. What kind of technical challenges did we run into in building a Next.js Silverstripe integration? Well, Next.js is very appy out of the box. So like I said, it gives you this kind of file system routing, and it kind of assumes that you're going to build these routes in the file system. And you are afforded this kind of off-ramp for dynamic routes. So you can say blog/ID and deal with that. But for the most part, if you look at the directory structure of your pages, it should be kind of clear what the routes are. The file system has a lot to say about what the routes are. In a system like Silverstripe, we don't do it that way. We delegate all of the route authority to the CMS. The CMS knows what the routes are. Don't question it. We might jam some things in a director and everything and kind of create our own custom rules, but by and large, most routes are generated by the CMS. So how do you create a system where you can just say, I don't have any routes. I'm just going to let you tell me what the routes are and I'll deal with it. There is an option for that in Next. They have a catch-all route. But when you get into this idea of treating it like an index.php in Silverstripe, which is to say the route comes in, we find out what data type that route is, we find the controller for that route, we do the data fetching for that route, and then we create a view for that route and an HTML response, right? All those things coming from just one piece of information in the request going through index.php, this one entry point out to the browser. How can you do that in this kind of system? Well, that gets really challenging. So things like automatic template selection and query selection, how are you going to do that? Persisting state across the builds turned out to be really challenging because they light up multiple workers. That's a great thing because it speeds up the build, but you can't rely on memory to persist state. You have to use the file system. Customizing the static build. We wanted a really good user experience for that. How do you define what's in the static build and what isn't? And lastly, this issue of content blocks in GraphQL keeps coming up. If you've used GraphQL quite a bit, you might know that one of the areas where it struggles, and actually it's not where GraphQL struggles, it's got to do with our inheritance pattern. Content blocks are almost always subclasses. So they're always these abstractions, and you're never really querying a concretion. You're querying this abstraction polymorphic thing where you just say, give me all the elements. And an element could be anything. It's not going to be base element. It's going to be something else, right? And because content blocks are by definition context-free, every single page has to query every single block. So it's just like kind of, and you see these queries that might look like this, right? So you get the elements, and then you got to go through and you say, okay, well, I want these fields on all the elements. I want ID and title and all that. But then I got to do all these inline fragments for every single concretion. And that just gets really verbose. So how are we going to solve that? That seems tedious. Well, we did solve a lot of these things, and I am very happy to present to you the Next.js Silverstripe Starter Kit, which is now up on GitHub as of today. So what's inside? A lot of stuff. It's got a lot of stuff. And we're going to, I hate to tell you, I'm going to talk about each one of these things. So, pull out your phone or something and start scrolling through the Twitter feed, because this is going to be a lot of fun. So let's get straight into it. So inside Next.js Silverstripe. What do you get? Automatic template query selection. So just like what I talked about before, the route comes in, right? It goes into something, and then it's got to select what the right way to render that is and what its data is. So about us is going to come in and say, oh, that's a page. I know what that is. I'm going to get the page component. And I also see that I have page.graphql. So that means I've got some data too. And I'm going to pipe that into the component as a prop, and then I'm going to generate an HTML response. Similarly, we have the staff page comes in, resolves to staff page.graphql gets executed, HTML response, right? We have the same fallback pattern as we expect in SS Viewer. So what happens when products comes in and it strikes out on product page? Doesn't exist. It's going to fall back to page. Follows the inheritance pattern, right? In this case, product page.graphql does exist, so that result would get executed and piped into page. Not sure why that would ever happen, but you know, it's certainly in theory it could. As another example, contact us might just be a page type that has no specific needs. Maybe you don't have a template for it, and you don't have a GraphQL file for it. It just resolves to page and page.graphql. We have a bulk query adapter. If you've used Next.js, you might be familiar with this problem you run into where every single page is running kind of similarly concerned queries all the time. So in this case, we'd be running read one page, link about us, link products, link contact us, right? This gets slow. It's, in my experience, I've seen it actually knock over a server because it's just so much rapid, so many requests coming in such a short period of time. So what happens if you're using Silverstripe GraphQL 4 API, it's going to recognize those types of queries, defer them, say, okay, yep, I got it. You want about us, noted, and then rewrite that query to the plural form so that links just becomes one single argument and you get one query. That query then takes its result and warms the cache for every single one of those queries you see on the left. So when they get executed, they hit the file system cache, not the network. Massive performance improvement. We get static queries. One of the best things about Gatsby is this use static query hook. If you don't know, static queries are this concept of queries that don't require any page context. A great example is main menu. Another great example is site config. If you want to get something off a site config, it's never going to need any other variables coming in from the page context. It's always the same. There's only one. So if we look at main menu here, the query is always the same. It's get parent ID 0, show in menus equals true. Okay? So if you don't have static queries, every single time you build a page, you're going to run that query. It's totally unnecessary because you already know the result. Now, you might get creative on the back end and say, well, you know, write some sort of caching thing that it won't hit the database, right? But you're still going over the network, and it's just not a great solution. To be honest, it's a bit of a hack. Use static query before the build is run, all these hooks get parsed out, the queries get executed, the results get stuffed into the cache, then the build runs, and anything that's using use static query hits the cache. It does not hit the network. So that's a really awesome feature. And thanks to Gatsby for the inspiration on that one. We provide some navigation helpers. So this navigation element is a headless UI element, and it just provides you with the state for navigation and the navigation item. You provided a list of items that adhere to the page interface and the router, and it's able to just generate that navigation for you. So in this case, you see I'm checking some state. I'm getting is current. There's a whole slew of those that you can check. You got in section, etc. You can do more complex things with navigation utilities. So in this case, we're checking is level 2. And if we're on level 2, we want to show some subnav, right? And in that subnav, we don't want to get the children of the page. We want to get the peers of the page, right? So navigation utilities ship with the starter kit, and can be very useful. You get a lot of the same things you expect out of a SilverStripe content controller. And the full list of all the utilities is right there. That's just all the stuff you get. So things you would, like I said, you would expect to get out of the menu controls you're used to using. Embedded HTML. This might seem like, why would you need to do that? Can't I just take page.content and stuff it into dangerously set inner HTML? Well, you can, with the major caveat that it is dangerous. So for obvious reasons, you shouldn't be using dangerously set HTML, but there's more reasons to avoid that. By using that type of approach, you are just putting all the HTML in as a string, and it doesn't become a first-class set of React components. The issue with that is that when we render it as proper React components, we can actually we can interact with each one of those elements and mutate them the way that we might need to. So a great example of this is that links coming in from the HTML string should not just be standard anchor tags, because that's going to refresh the browser. You want them to be next links, right? So it's a client-side link. So internal links will get rewritten as proper next links by using this HTML element helper. We also rewrite image URLs as absolute. And in the near future, we'll rewrite those images to use the proper next image component, which is kind of new and looks awesome. So a lot of cool stuff you can do there, and highly recommend you use the embedded HTML helper. We do dynamic imports by default through generated code. Why? Well, when you go to homepage, you don't want to get blog page and staff page and all the other stuff that's in there. You don't want that in your build. You want a dynamic import for just homepage, so that the size of the JavaScript payload is not affected by all the other stuff you're not using, dead code, right? And we achieve that through dynamic imports. Why does it have to be generated code? That's a complicated answer. I'm not going to explain why, but like it just has to do with how you need to be able to import a proper Webpack module in your client-side code, and so you just need to have you need to define a module basically for that to import. But that's all handled for you. You never even have to look at that. This also works for content blocks. So if you've got an elemental area and it only has the carousel block on it, it's not going to download the tab accordion block. It's not going to download the latest blog post block. It's not going to download the content block. It just gives you the block that you're using, keeping the JavaScript payload small. We bind the entire app to your GraphQL schema. So when you're working with a component that has a query result, you get this wonderful developer experience of just typing and just seeing what the fields are. And you know where all your errors are because it's aware of what data is available. It sees the schema. Every time you run the dev server or run a build, it pulls down the entire GraphQL schema and writes those type bindings. There are some really great tasks. So you can run yarn scaffold pages, and it will download every page in your SilverStripe website that you've exposed and create placeholder templates and placeholder queries for them. It'll look at the data and figure out, you know, what kind of data would you be wanting to get off this this data type. Really useful. And likewise, I just want to say one more thing about this. There's also scaffold blocks, which I'm going to show you. Really useful for just generating. You've got like 20 blocks and you want to, you know, write queries and templates for every single one of them. It's really easy to just bring them all down. There's a setup command just to get you started. It'll ask you to get your API key, set the environment variables, etc. Make sure that you have the Next.js module installed on your SilverStripe website, and a really good way to get started. Preview is built in. When you are editing a page in the CMS, you're looking at the headless instance on the left there. As you type and save, it's going to update the headless instance. You notice that the URL has been rewritten to a token, and that's because we do that with a JWT handshake between the SilverStripe CMS and the headless instance. Static build configuration. Out of the box, you just get a couple different options. You're kind of encouraged to create more of these, but in this case, the two that come with it are most recently edited pages and pages in a section. And all you have to do is just write a subclass for this static build collector and tell it how to fetch its data. So you might want to create one, for instance, that is featured products, blogs with most commented blogs or something, right? You could even do integrations where you wanted to go out and interrogate the Google Analytics API and find out what are my most visited pages and do that as a static build collector. You get to define how many pages should each one of these collectors get, and then there's the aggregate limit on top that will truncate the entire set to a certain size. So that supersedes everything. If both of those things in that list come back with 100, then you're only getting 100 because the aggregate limit above is set. So really good way, and obviously drag and drop, you can set the priority that each one should take. Really good way to configure that static build. And you can preview the static build as well. There's another tab for that where it'll show you like, oh, you've set it to these two collectors. This is what it's going to get. And what is the next slide? I'm terrified to click on the next slide because, oh God. Okay, yep, it's demo time. All right, here we go. Who likes live demos? Here we go. So I'm going to show you a few things. And I'm going to start. How's the font size? Is the font size good? Good font size? Should I check the chat? How do we get to the chat? Let's see. Someone tell me if the font size is good. Chat. Is it visible? I can't tell. I got a big screen, so. All right, I'm gonna take the silence as that you're complicit with the font size. Yay, Lars came through for me. Okay, here we are. So I've checked out the repository, and someone asked where is it? It's SilverStripe Next.js Starter under the SilverStripe organization. So here I am, and so there's 4 different flavors of the starter. This is called Base. And it's just bare bones. It's no theming, and it just renders the navigation by default. There's also base theme, which gives you a bit of a theme, so you have something to look at. And there's also a content blocks flavor of both of those. Content blocks are handled a bit differently. So if you're dealing with Elemental and you don't do page content, you want to use the content blocks branches. We'll do both. So here I am in the base theme, and I'm just going to run yarn setup. And it's going to ask me, have you installed the Next.js module? And of course I have. And I'm going to point it to stripecon1.test. And then it's going to ask me for the API key, which I'm going to click on this link. And it took me off screen. So, and I can click on the default admin here, API keys, and there it is. So I'll grab that and paste it in. Oh, come on. Oh, that's not right. Okay, and then it tells me I need to set some environment variables. So I'm going to grab this, and this is for that JWT interaction that I spoke about before. So I'll go to this and I'll set my preview key. And this font is probably smaller. I'm not going to be dealing with PHP Storm too much. So if you can't see that, all I'm doing is setting an environment variable called Next.js preview key in my PHP environment. So I've set all that stuff up, and I'll go back and say, okay, cool, I did it. It's going to give me a few tasks I can run, some ideas on how to get started. I am right now just going to run yarn dev and see where I ended up. So you saw it just download the GraphQL schema there and write the type definition file. I'll open up localhost. It's going to the wrong tab. So right there, you can see I've got just the main navigation and this kind of stuff, okay? So let's have a look at the file structure, and you can see how things are working here. So in my source folder, I've got this templates directory, and all your templates go in here. Any page template needs to be in this templates directory. There's a couple different ways you can arrange this. The way that I've chosen is by naming the directory after the page type name, and then just using the generic names component and query under that. So this page / component.tsx is the page, and query.graphql is the query that will be associated with that. You can also name this page.tsx and page.graphql, and not do the whole folder thing. I just kind of refer it this way. So, but that's the convention. So we've got this page here, and one thing we're not seeing is the content, right? We're only seeing the title. So I'm gonna just do the HTML element, right? And it brings up Silverstripe Next.js Toolkit, which is the provider of all the wonderful client-side tools that we're going to use. And I'm going to say read one page. Oh, this is getting annoying. On page.content. And it auto-completes that for me because it knows what the query is. And I can save that and refresh my browser. And so now I'm getting content, right? So that's good. And I'll bring the size up here. Cool. Let's have a quick look at just a couple other things here. And you'll see in main menu a good example of using static query. So that's my main menu. And you can see that I'm just using the use static query hook. I've got my menu items, and then I'm piping that into navigation. So you can, because use static query isn't going to know exactly what kind of data is coming back, you can coerce it with the generic there, where I'm just saying, expect to get back read pages. So that's how use static query works. Really useful. But I think I'm ready to move on to something more interesting to look at. So let's go to this, which is what's different. Oh, good. So this is my themed version, and I'm just going to run yarn dev on here, and we can see what's going on. Oops. And this is refreshing. And so this is got just a basic theme to it. I can kind of navigate around the drop down here, and cool. Now, one thing we're missing here is that the home page isn't any different. And if you go to my CMS, I'm going to increase the font size here for you. So this is the home page, and I've got this hero image, and there's some data in there, and we're not seeing it because we're just refresh that. It's just this generic page. So we need to change that. Let's kill the server, and we're going to run scaffold pages. And hopefully that'll bring down the home page because it knows that it's in the system. I don't have a template for it though. So let's see what happened. I've now got my homepage directory there, and it's built out a component, and it's built out an example query as well. So it's grabbed all that hero stuff for me. And so to customize the homepage, I'm actually just going to get rid of this, and then I'm going to add some of the boilerplate around here to make it look nice. So close the div, close the main, and I'm going to format. And I'll put in here my hero component, which I have saved somewhere. And I think it's right here. Let's get this. And I'll paste this in. So there we go. And it's lighting up like a Christmas tree because all kinds of stuff is missing. So I need to extract that from the query result that's coming in as a prop. So I'm going to say hero image, I need, right? Hero link, a hero subheadline, hero headline, I think. And they're all lighting up because this might be null, so I'm just going to assert that it isn't and keep it happy. And now everything is good. Now I've added the, I've extracted all these variables from the query result, but I haven't actually queried for them. So let's go back to the query. And it's added these things that I don't need. I don't want ID. That's not necessary. but it did guess that I'm going to need hero image at some point, and it just put a placeholder in there. So I'm going to add absolute link for the image and a title for SEO purposes. This hero link is just a typical has one to a site tree. So all I need here is link. That's for the button, right? So I'll save that, and we'll see how we did on the, oh, I'm not running my dev server. Let's see how we did. Cool. So now I have my hero image, right? I'm going to add one more layer of complexity before I leave you. We're going to have a look at content blocks next. So let's go to my next demo here. And just run yarn dev, get the server going. And I'll have a look at the CMS, and you can see what's going on from the back end. So on the home page, I've got my hero image as I did before, but you can see I'm using Elemental now, and I've got some cool like blocks here. I'll click into this, and I've got property defined as a data object, and I'm just associating property 1, 2, and 3 in my featured properties block, right? Now, in order to get access to this data, there's something I do need to do on the SilverStripe side, which I forgot to mention. You need to expose the data objects you want as part of your public API, because the magic of headless is just that, like, you can just query the API for anything, right? But to just say every single data object is part of the API is kind of insane, and it's not just a security issue. It's actually like you just end up polluting the API with all kinds of like nonsense, like things you'll never use. So the approach to do it as an allow list instead of a disallow list seemed better. So here, if you can't see that, all it is a bit of YAML config, and it's saying included data objects is app \**. So you can wildcard the namespace. So I'm just saying anything in the app namespace should be exposed to the API. So now that I've done that, that's ensuring that all those content blocks that I've created are actually part of the API. So let's scaffold those pages now. Bring down all the good stuff. And we'll see how we're doing now. So you can see here, it's trying to run to those blocks, but there's no templates for them. So it's just giving you this kind of placeholder thing that says like, you know, I need to go do some work. So let's see how that's going to work. So as I said before, the way that content blocks are queried is kind of complicated, because you have to have an entry for every single block on every single page. So this is where fragments really shine. So in this fragments directory, you'll see elemental, and then each block gets its own fragment. So element content fields, for instance, gets its own fragment, and it's just going to be really simple. All it needs is HTML, because everything else belongs to base element fields, right? So, but more complex blocks are going to have larger selection sets here. But this underscore elements GraphQL is really where all the magic happens, because this ends up being created with every single block that gets added. And as you add blocks, you don't have to worry about making sure that every single one is selected on every single page. That's just handled for you, as it should be, because this is a robot can do this, right? It's always going to be the same thing. It's always going to be add an inline fragment for this specific block type and add the fragment for its fields, right? So it's a bit of code generation that helps you. So this is the time when we want to run full blocks and get all those blocks down so we can work with them. And so it pulled down all the blocks I'm using. And if we go to the browser now, or sorry, the code editor, you can see it generated some stuff. So here I've got my property 1, 2, and 3 that I'm going to need. And it's also going to, I believe, up here in components, it's created the component, which is just going to be, element type name. So when we go to light up the dev server again, we're probably going to see just some really empty looking blocks. So here it's just rendering type name, right? So we need to do something about those templates. So fortunately, I do have a featured properties block already saved that I'm just going to paste in. And let's just delete this whole thing. And we've got a bit of housekeeping to do because you'll see some things are lighting up. So I'm going to make sure that I have link. I think there's also a calendar icon in here that I need. So I'll just do that. Heroicons. I think that's it. Calendar icon. So that's good. So now we've got some data issues. So it's asking for, it wants properties as an array, and I've got, of course, got property 1, 2, 3. So let's take that out. Oops. And notice the prop that's coming here is element, right? That's the block that I'm working with. If you can't see that because it's off the screen. So I'll just say property 1, property 2, property 3. Okay, and then I'll create the array. That's really getting annoying. And of course, these are all nullable, so I'm just going to do this. Okay, so now I've got some properties, and it's working pretty well. Now, the one area that's still lit up is this timestamp thing. It needs timestamp for that date time, and of course, timestamp isn't a property of property. So let's have a look at the GraphQL query that was generated, and so we can start putting in some data. So we go to the featured properties GraphQL file. I'm going to add in everything I need, and I'm going to do this by memory. I think it's ID. ID. Title. I think it's primary image. I need that with an absolute link. The title probably. Bedrooms, bathrooms, available. And for the availability date, I want to format that as nice. So let's do that. I don't think, oh, you know what? I forgot link. I need link. So I can now add all that stuff in. Now, we have that timestamp property, and that's just a bit weird because it's not, we either need to generate that in the component or we can get it as part of the GraphQL request. And what I'm going to do is opt for doing it in GraphQL. And this is just a little GraphQL trick that you might know. You can alias fields. So I'm going to say timestamp is aliased to available format timestamp. Okay, so I'm able to select the same field twice with different variations by using an alias like that. And we don't have the ability to do fragments within fragments, so you know, I guess just have to do a bit of copy and paste. I'll save that. And this is still unhappy because it's saying, oh, you know, but I know that the type is whatever and it doesn't have a timestamp property on it. So I'm just going to do this little hacky thing. Oops, property. So I can get the property type out of the schema, timestamp, string, and then this one I'll just coerce. Whoops. Oops. Cool. And now it should be happy. I think it is. Yep, it's green. Green is good. And if we refresh this, it kind of worked. What did I miss? Oh, is it the screen is too small? Is that it? No? The layout's a bit broken. They're usually side by side, but you can see, I think I missed a div somewhere. Live demo. What could go wrong? So that, I'm going to leave it at that. That's all I have to show for you today. So to get started with the Next.js starter kit, you can go to Silverstripe. I'll blow this up a bit. Next.js starter, it's documented. You can get going pretty easily. It should be pretty clear on what you need to do. And I would really invite you to join me in pushing this forward as the next frontier for Silverstripe. It's a great place to start, and it's really, really fun. So I'd like to thank everyone who organized this event. It's awesome. I love doing it. I appreciate being invited to speak, and excited to hear the other talks. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you to you, Aaron. Very, very cool. I'm using Next.js and Silverstripe for 2 years, I think, but I am doing everything manually. So what you are doing with this product, I'm very bad in product development, and it really looks good. I'm keen to test it and get my Next.js jobs very much faster done.
Cool. Glad to hear it.
Yes, we have had one important question from Stacy. It's where does your nickname actually come from? We don't know.
It's amazing how many times I've told this story. It's funny. It's a really distinct nickname, so naturally it gets a lot of questions. So in a previous life, before I was doing any kind of web development, I was working at a school and I was aspiring to be a teacher. I worked with a one-on-one with a child who had a whole host of struggles with learning. I think he was like I think he had Asperger's and things like that. Like he was a really interesting kid, and he cracked me up. But I just remember the first day I put on my shirt and tie, and I was just so ready to become Mr. Carlino, the teacher. And I introduced myself to him, and I said, "I'm Mr. Carlino. I'm going to be working with you this year." You know, and I said, "I understand." And his name was Aaron as well. And he just looked up at me, and he said, "Uncle Cheese." And I said, "No, I don't think you understood. Mr. Carlino." And he said, "Uncle Cheese." And I went back and forth with him for like the rest of the day, and I was, it wasn't getting through. And in a intermediate school with kids who are like 11, 12, 13 years old, once they find out that Mr. Carlino is known as Uncle Cheese, like there's no stopping that. It just spread so fast, and I was like, I need to just embrace this. So that's the story. I just ran with it. I said, "Okay, fine, I'm Uncle Cheese."
Nice. I didn't know the story. Thank you for that. We have no time for many questions. Just one question from Herbert. Is it production ready? The product, the Silverstripe module you are using?
No. What is? I mean, look, the thing is, like, we need early adoption. None of this stuff ever gets into production unless someone takes a chance on it and is willing to kind of pitch in and help improve it. So, when everyone is playing defense like that and saying like, "I'm not going to do it until it's tag stable," nothing ever happens. So help us evolve. Get involved. Try it out. It doesn't have to make it all the way to production, but if you can kind of battle test it a bit and see what happens, So
we will be happy. The Silverstripers I know are many things, but not defensive. So I think you will hear feedback soon. So
good.
Thank you very much. The one thing that is missing from this system is applause, but you see in the chats that there's much happening, and I think you can ask Uncle Cheese later on. And now we are welcoming Sylvain. Hello, and we were hearing a very different talk. Goodbye, Uncle Cheese. Thank you very much. Hello, Sylvain.
Hello. Good morning, everyone. Good evening, wherever you are in the world.
Yes, you're in London?
Berlin now. Yeah, the company is in London. I'm based in Berlin for the last 18 months. Yeah.
Oh, really? I'm in Berlin next week. Maybe
Okay, yeah.
we can
Let's catch up.
But maybe you better introduce yourself. And do you want to share your screen?
Yeah, let me do that.
Right now? Yeah, okay. Then
can you see it okay?
Yeah. Then Sylvain Reiter from Cyberduck.
Correct. Yeah, thanks. So let's get cracking straight away. Thanks, Andy, for the invite, and Herbert and everyone who helped organize that. Really glad to be here today and share a few thoughts with you. There won't be any coding today. Don't run away. I used to be a developer, and we'll talk about how the developer community can help support the sales effort and promoting Silverstripe to make sure that you will work on even more exciting projects in the future. So the main thing I want you to remember today is that Silverstripe is really an amazing CMS framework that competes with the biggest name in our industry. Do you know who claimed this? Do you know who said that? It's me. It's right now, today. And in the next 30 minutes, my goal is to convince you of this. And obviously, I know that being here, you're not thinking about Drupal or Sitecore or Kentico. But when you speak to clients, if you talk to clients recently, they might have challenged you on that statement. I don't know if it's happened to any of you recently. So yeah, I just wanted to demonstrate with you how we made that statement come true and get it backed up by clients. I'm from Cyberduck. We're a digital transformation agency in the UK, based in London. Over the last few years, we've been using Silverstripe to deliver content management solutions for global brands on the B2B side, for companies like ITVT and Mitsubishi Electric, as well as the public sector and government organization for East West Rail and the Financial Ombudsman Service, which I want to talk to you about today. For all those projects that we're still supporting today, some of them more than 5 years later, we did it in a very efficient manner and with very happy stakeholders and editors. So even our clients can corroborate my statements that Silverstripe is working great for them. So let's focus today on the story of how we won the public tender for the Financial Ombudsman Service and delivered a website with complex integration in less than a year. And this website was nominated for several awards, the most famous being the Daddy Awards and the UK UX Awards. But what's even more important is that 3 years after launch, the site is still very much stable, shining, and growing with content. We're still working with the client on an active retainer. We keep adding new features and supporting their editor, so they have a great experience as their need evolve. As we heard on the first talk, it's at the end of the day, it's the human using the system that needs to work for them. So it just shows that it was the right platform for the job and a good investment for our clients. Going back in time, it's June 2018 when we received a notification about this public tender for the procurement of a new content management system. And being a government arm's length body, the Financial Ombudsman Service have to follow a very strict and open procurement process to just give a chance for everyone to apply. And looking at their requirement that they published online, you can see that they had very strong kind of UX requirements because they had the complex needs, very different audience, personas. They needed help with the content strategy because they had thousands of pages and were outdated. And obviously they wanted a content management system that was easy to use, that had features for their publishing workflows, and obviously some security credentials, like very strict security and performance requirement that were non-negotiable. So all in all, it was quite a long list of requirements, but being such a large organization, we understood that. And the good news is that obviously we had experience covering all of those requirements from previous projects. Being a full-service digital agency, we could do the end-to-end process. So we felt we had the right credential for the job, and we're confident that Silverstripe could tick all those boxes. But it was not a straight win for Silverstripe because they'd never heard of the platform. So as we applied to this standard, we kept an open mind and all the options open, and started by focusing on the UX. As per this quote, you really have to start with the customer experience and then work backward to the technology. You can't just try kind of select the technology and try to see where it fits or how you can make it work. And you know who said that? Yes, this is an older quote from 24 years ago by a guy a bit more famous than the first quote. So the point is that to convince clients, you have to sell a process and not the solution. Because clients, they won't trust you that much if you come back straight away with answers saying, you need Silverstripe to do this, or only Drupal can do that as the CMS, or WordPress is the best platform to do X, Y, and Z. What we found is that you need to take clients on a journey of discovery and build trust and confidence in that process. So when the time comes to make the technical decision, everyone is happy with it and they feel they've been part of that and not been kind of told to do something. So it also helps to bring data and evidence to the table. And in our agency, we follow, we have kind of accreditation for ISO certification, like the ISO 9001 for quality management, ISO 27001 for information security. So that, again, brings some trust to the process. It's not something we made up. It's well documented. We are audited every year, and we have evidence to prove this in the form of successful past projects and case studies from previous clients. And being a large, whether it's a large corporation or in this example, public sector, there's quite a lot of red tape, as you can imagine. The process is very tedious. And at that scale of organization, there are multiple teams involved. So you need to show that you've considered everyone's requirements. Because thinking about it, this specific tender came from the marketing team, the digital team. Mostly kind of the stakeholders were more thinking about the marketing, the PR angle, and how to manage the communication to the outside world. So those teams, marketing teams, are usually very understanding. I'm not saying easy to deal with, but they're understanding, they listen to your advice, and they want just a system that's easy to use and works for them. But on the other side, there's the IT and compliance that are always trying to trip you or find holes in your pitch or your recommendation. And we cannot really blame them because that's their job. That's what they're paid for. They want to keep everything secure and they don't like risks. So when talking about technical solution and recommendation, you really need to be ready to cover all the points from all those departments. So on the left column, the easier team in terms of marketing with their SEO requirements, the ability to schedule publication and analytics to measure engagement and visitors conversions. We have the editorial team to engage in terms of how they're going to build a content repository, and they're going to be the one creating pages day to day with blocks and templates and the preview elements. So they needed something easy to use and a friendly interface. And then the ongoing support, where they don't want to be locked into a specific vendor or technology. So again, promoting PHP and open source that has a global community is widely supported, so reassuring for them. And on the right, the more tricky or difficult counterparts with IT and InfoSec, where the requirements around the technology stack, potentially with a specific hosting provider, or ensuring redundancy, backups, deployment, scaling, penetration testing. They're really looking at all of that. The compliance team, looking at their permission, the approval workflows again, and the full audit log on this specific project. They're being able to trace every change, and not just the revision of the pages, but every login, everything that was happening on the system, both at the application level and hosting. And finally, the procurement, where their role is to maximize the budget, have kind of good value for money, And again, the open source element, avoiding paying for license fee, was a step in the right direction. So how did we convince them? You have to remember, as I said, we have to sell the process, not the solution. So during early discovery, as I said, we kept an open mind because Silverstripe might not be the best solution for everything. So what we did here is agree with the client, kind of summarizing all their requirements into those six categories or 6 criteria that we could evaluate the system against. So again, the editor's experience, the publication features, security credentials, the community support, the total cost of ownership over 3 to 5 years, and the framework's extensibility as well. On the IT side, their InfoSec team had discarded a .NET platform, and we agreed early on that WordPress was not enterprise ready and just required too much maintenance and security patches. So we came down to narrow it down to 2 systems. Obviously, they had heard of Drupal. I think their main project manager came back from a previous contract, which was managing Drupal for another similar organization, and they were kind of happy with it. And obviously, we suggested Silverstripe and brought that to the table. But as I said, when we suggested it, they said, like, what is Silverstripe? How does it compare to Drupal? Or is it really the best platform to fulfill our requirements? How will it work for our editors? Is there enough open source module? So early on, to reassure them, the first stage was that we had to demonstrate that Silverstripe was a trusted platform. So we highlighted some of the key credentials on everything on the Commonwealth platform, powering kind of other government entity, also the whole kind of open source concept, which is big for the UK government too, as well, as part of their digital standard strategy that they encourage every organization to follow the open source model and standards. And then more specifically about Silverstripe, we highlighted some of the core differentiating features, such as the superior editor experience with the live preview as you edit the pages, for example. That's much easier to use than Drupal. And then the community aspect as well, in terms of the trust and the long-term support of the platform. Yes, Silverstripe might not have as many modules as Drupal, but being open source, the MVC framework, following kind of all the coding standard, had a much lower learning curve compared to other platforms like Drupal or WordPress. So once we had convinced them about the suitability of Silverstripe as a potential, we had to build trust in that platform. So what we did, we set up two separate demos, a server with Silverstripe, server with Drupal. Just it took us less than a day to prepare, just configure the default settings, a simple page template, a few blocks, and a workflow to test some of their specific use case around publishing. And we let them play with it for a week. Like, we went away, they tried both systems, and after a few call and retrospective session, they loved the Silverstripe experience, and we won the project. We were selected to deliver it, and now that's when the real work started, really. We had to deliver now. So as part of our process, as I mentioned, we follow the standard digital transformation stages. I won't bore you with all the details. I know you're more interested in the tech stuff potentially, but again, it's important to run the discovery process, because even though you might think, okay, it's for another team like UX designers and the creative, it's actually very important that the developers, tech leads, and QA teams are involved early on in the project. So looking at all their requirements, we interviewed the stakeholders and the personas, not just to understand how they were using the site, but also what they were expecting from the new site. We worked through all the stages, reviewing the content, building the new sitemap, information architecture, and prototype the key sections of what each page of the new site had to contain and how the user journeys will flow. And yeah, as you know, it's a key stages of any website revamp. We have all those steps to go through to deliver a successful product at the end. And as I said, even if not considered more the UX, it actually going to drive all the development specifications that we're going to need to build the system. And it's also at that stage that we start putting together the page templates and the blocks and the components that are being planned. So it's really important for the technical teams to work closely with the UX designers to ensure that things can get built efficiently. Because yes, the system is open source, and I know you kind of amazing developers, and we feel we can build anything. Like give us the requirement and we'll build it. But obviously you need to consider that the UX could come up with some crazy concepts where the order or the layout that they come up with doesn't really match with the block elements, where you can't really control how users would build those blocks. And then it's going to take us weeks or months to build those edge cases, and it's going to blow up the budget and the timeline. So we found like involving the technical teams early on in the process will make the latter stages much more efficient. And from then, once the overall structure of the site was created, we got into the more creative stages. So explored how we could use their branding guideline and turning those kind of black and white prototype into an actual visual design, and produce the entire design system with all the components, all the blocks, for all the different content types that they needed. So again, a lot of creative work and creative feedback, but again, the technical team, mostly the front-end team at this stage, got involved to make sure everything could be built in a responsive manner, and the order of the element made sense, thinking ahead about how the DOM structure would be laid out, for example. And before we can start the actual coding, obviously, there was a lot of specifications to go through, and that's why the prototype and the visual designs were really important to write those user stories, build a backlog, and everything that had to be built. So starting from defining the content types, the search logic, the different workflows for publication, how we would be kind of tracking the usage of the website, and everything around the testing methodologies as well early on. So again, a lot of collaboration between the technical team, the designers, and obviously the end clients who had to sign off on the specs before we could start coding. Another growing trend and very important topic is accessibility. It's actually mandatory now for the public sectors, as laws in the US, UK, probably in other continents as well. And all the public sector organization in the UK gets audited by central government, so the government digital standard team. But designing and building accessible solution is something that really needs to be pushed hard. Not just because it's mandatory or to avoid being sued by a user with special needs who couldn't use your website, but it's actually best practices for everyone. And that's why I'm kind of, company and every talk that I give really insist on that, and you need to continue educate everyone in the digital space, both from designers, developers, QA people, and even our clients. So thinking about the color contrast at the design stage for users with visual impairment, or the way in the front end we build the HTML structure for users who can't use a mouse and use keyboard navigation. The DOM elements, the order of the H tags, especially when you have a block-based CMS like SilverStripe, you can control how users are going to use the blocks, or they could put any blocks in any order on any page. So you need to make sure the way you build those elements, the H1, H2, H3, it makes sense. So when any page is rendered, they're still in the right order. There's also ARIA tags for screen readers or captions on videos, the way you build kind of if you use the form modules, the way the labels are coded, or the validation, the error messages. All of that, as you see, there's a lot of little details, and it just takes more time to develop. It's one thing it's completely hidden from most users. Doesn't change the way the page is rendered, but it adds more development time, sometimes up to 30%, but it's really worth it. So I really encourage you to learn more about it and enforce it on every project. It's not something you can mark as optional anymore. As I said, it's best practice for everyone. It will increase the performance, the compatibility of your site, and even the search engine rankings now. So Google is even in Google Lighthouse. There's automated tools to validate that. It's one of their criteria now. So Obviously, it's not perfect. It's easy to manage and achieve high scores on Lighthouse if you just follow all the guidelines. It's not very accurate, but it gives a good base at least to do the things right. But to take it a step further, obviously, we had to really validate it with all the other edge cases that automated tools like that don't cover. So what we did for this project and a few others since is running an accessibility testing with real disabled users at a lab here in London at the Royal and National Institute for the Blind. So it was an official audit and got reports from it and obviously minor tweaks to perform, but the site was kind of approved by that center, the lab, and kind of ticked all the boxes that the Financial Ombudsman Service had to meet, all the criteria they had to meet for their service. And then obviously we got into the builds, the longer and the most exciting part of the project for me. Looking at the implementation, we had to deliver on our promise, obviously, that Silver Stripe could work well for them. So obviously we continue to follow the best practices. Silver Stripe is well documented as a platform, and it's kind of follow the standards with. And you can write obviously nice code, but you also have to think about make it easy for users. So the way you label the field in the CMS, or the way you structure them in different tabs, and the technicality behind it, the end users, they don't really care how nice your code is. It has to work for them as well. So again, there's some human interaction there to decide how we structure the pages on the back end. We implemented obviously search engine with Elasticsearch, and I know there's a talk on Friday and this conference about it. So that was quite a fun experience as well, with a lot of different tagging requirements and filterings. That works well. A few custom integration, the multi-site module we had to use as well, so they could spin up microsites using the same block element with some different branding. So a lot of cool integration we had to do with their back office system. Obviously, one thing as a complex project with a lot of integration, we had to use additional modules. And there's this saying in the Drupal community that there is a module for everything. Sometimes it's taken a bit of as a joke, but it proves that the bigger the community, the bigger the scale, you always have kind of help from other users. Like, you're not the first one to try and solve those challenges. So that's why at CyberDog we support obviously the community. We used a lot of the official Silver Stripe module from the org on GitHub, but we've also had to build a few new ones that didn't exist, or that we didn't find one that did exactly what we wanted. So we open source a dozen of modules as well. We contributed back to the community, and I feel that it can only help grow the platform and make it easier for other users, other developers, and other teams and agency to use them in the future. So yeah, that was really rewarding as well. And then you all know the importance of its quality assurance. But again, I have to remind everyone that it's not just, especially kind of in developer, we do a lot of the testing as well in the code, but always usually think that just I'll hand over that to the QA team, and my tester is going to try to break things at the last minute before deploying. But again, what we found here on those larger projects is that QA has to be a full mindset that needs to be embraced by everyone. It's everyone's responsibility, from the sales team at the beginning in terms of what they commit to with the client, how they price the project, to the designers, the developers. Everyone really has to contribute at all stages by documenting the requirement, reviewing how things are going to be tested. And as I said, we wrote the test plan early on, even before any line of code was written. And then throughout the development, the developer trying to automate as much of the regression testing as possible, the manual cross-browser testing, the front-end team and our QA test. And then in terms of the security requirement as well, the testing the security of the system and the architecture, we had external pen tests. It's very hard to test your own work. So we got an external team to do the pen test, and I was very successful as well. Only returned some minor comments, stuff we had to tweak in the configuration, but they were quickly resolved. And when it comes to DevOps, obviously with their InfoSec team, they were actually originally an Azure house, but in this case, they were happy to use AWS for that was more kind of ready, web friendly, and ready for those platforms. Because again, we had great case study from other clients where AWS worked well for them. So we built everything in terms of the automation using Terraform, the infrastructure as code. Automated the continuous integration pipeline with tools like Buddy, connecting the repo to the Elastic Beanstalk instances. Obviously, a lot of configuration around security, as I just mentioned, and we use Cloudflare as an additional layer of protection against DDoS attack. And again, there was some configuration to be made here, actually, that there is a Silverstripe Cloudflare module that helps in terms of clearing the cache when you publish new pages, and there's a few things like that to kind of balance the performance versus the security that was very strict. So the good news is that Silverstripe was pen tested, was approved, and clear to go live by their very strict information security team. It's gone through all their stringent process and was signed off to be deployed. So we can all now use this as another piece of good credential. It's one of the most famous public sector organization has given it the green light. It will reassure other clients. So all in all, that's how we did it. That's how we sold and delivered a new content management system website for the financial management service using Silverstripe. And obviously, if it's good for them, it's going to be good for many other large corporate and public sector clients. So yeah, it's all in the hands of the community. And again, that's the main point for today, is that we're on this whole conference and the rest of the year is we're all in this together. We all need to deliver amazing work so we can showcase the best of Silverstripe on every project and what it's capable of achieving. So we need to build more modules as a community. We need to run more events. We need to showcase our work. And yeah, we're all in this together. We need all of you to get involved, to support the community, support what Andy and Herbert are doing here in Europe with the S2 Hub, to promote the work, the quality work we're doing, because it's the only way that will make it easier for all of us to deliver larger and more exciting projects using the platform we love. So that's it for today. A bit shorter. I guess we caught up on the time, the overrun from the previous chat. So thanks again for Andy and everyone else who organized that. Hope it was useful to some of you. And yeah, feel free to reach out if you need help, either for the next speech or for the any query on the technical implementation. You can reach me on Twitter at SilvanWriter. Or via our website. So you can read more case studies or apply. We're also recruiting developers and project managers. So feel free to reach out.
Yeah, thank you, Sylvain, for this great talk, for this nice showcase. I think also thank you for ending with the power of the community.
Yeah, exactly.
And I think we have much more to show from Silverstripe. There are very many users of Silverstripe in the world that no one knows about, and it's really great that CyberDuck is also using Silverstripe in these cases. Herbert is asking, what's the biggest hurdle of selling Silverstripe CMS to larger organizations?
I think it's maybe still a bit about just the reputation of not even a negative reputation. It's just that they hadn't heard about it. Not enough exposure, I guess, to some of those organizations. That depends at what level you're talking to, but either some of the larger organization, they always think like CMO, they gonna trust a platform like Salesforce or Sitecore, and those platforms, they have millions of dollars to invest in marketing and being on the Gartner Magic Quadrant of CMS or DXPs and those platforms like that. But obviously, we all know that's kind of marketing spiel. And every client or every company that we speak to, that I've never heard a company that's happy with their Sitecore implementation. Either it's too complicated, or we pay too much for it and we only use 5% of it, or it's like we can't find developers to take care of it. It's only a horror story that I hear from most platforms. So that's why it's, I guess, easier to sell the open source platform if you can get past those security credentials. And then it comes down to the name, where maybe Drupal, they've heard of Drupal more than Silverstripe. But as I presented, they are, if you try to consider everyone's requirement, not just the IT team who's heard of Drupal and feel a bit more reassured with it. If you talk to the editors who are going to use it day to day, Silverstripe is a better experience for them. If you talk about long-term support, it's easier to support a Silverstripe website than a Drupal website, because Drupal has, again, steep learning curve. There's more modules that you have to use and more updates, more maintenance. So you really need to consider everyone's requirement, and hopefully that makes it a bit of an easier sell.
Yeah, great. That's also answering a question from Andrew. Do you think there are Maxime is asking, are there substantial differences between how you approach a public sector client versus a private sector client?
Not in the approach, I would say. No. Again, you need to do a bit of discovery during the sales process, understanding what do they really care about. So it could be down to budget sometimes. It could be, depends who you're talking to again. On as I said, corporates, the corporate side is usually talking to a CMO, and it's their budgets, and they're the one who have to make the decision. So you need to think about the editor experience, the marketing automation, the integration with Marketo, those type of things. And in the public sector, because it has to be a whole team effort, and it's the procurement pretty much running the show during the early stages. They might come more from an IT budget, where they think about hosting and how they're going to support that, and it's more an investment from the IT side. So here, focus a bit more maybe on security and the credential about total cost of ownership over the next 5 years. But most of the time, in terms of when we present it, is the same deck and the same story that we use for both corporate and public sector. We just tweak or emphasize a few points depending on who we're talking to. But in general, it's mostly the same.
Yeah. Dylan is asking, did you use the information that the New Zealand government is using the CMS as a platform?
Yeah, very early on. Yeah, that was the first kind of to answer, like, oh, we've never heard of Silverstripe. Like, is it like a proven platform? We use that as an example. Said like, yeah, it's run in the public sector by hundreds of, I don't remember the exact word, it was like 3 years ago. It's probably grown since, but it was like more than 100 different divisions that were running that platform. And very obviously being New Zealand, close to the UK system, similarity with the UK system, the way different departments in government are managed, this central body, they got it straight away. They said, oh yeah, okay, that's impressive. And they could see the links online, and they read about it. So yeah, it definitely helped a lot early on. Yeah.
And a more technical question from Giancarlo from Italy. What is your company's preferred hosting infrastructure for Silverstripe? I'm not sure.
We're mostly AWS for us.
Okay.
I guess it's, since we moved to the cloud, 2008, 7, 8, we started. It's just a platform that's most open, flexible, stable. We've tried a few of our clients required Azure hosting, more on the software as a service application side, where we're building things in Laravel for the more custom apps. But it's just very painful with Azure. There's always something going wrong, that's not ready. We've never tried GCP, and AWS was just the most compatible, whether we need to host Laravel or Silverstripe or Drupal, it's pretty much the same stack. So I think 80% on AWS is today.
Yeah. Thank you, Sylvain, for this great talk. And it's good to hear from these cases from CyberDuck, that CyberDuck is using Silverstripe in this way. And yeah, we see us on Gaza.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. So we are coming to the lunch break. We are in time. Sylvain did. Oh, I lost the question. You can ask Sylvain in Gaza. I expect you to join the Gaza crowd and expect you to meet you there. We already have one treasure hunter which was successful. That's Julian from Brandcom. He found it, and but just one. You have the chance to get to the treasure today until tomorrow in the morning. But there we will announce the winners. Yeah, have a nice lunch break. And we see us on Gaza. And we see us at 2 p.m. Here. Welcome back to StripeCon. Hope you enjoyed your lunch, and we have a lot of treasure finders here. And if you didn't see it in the chat, there was an error a bug in the submission form. So if you did find the treasure, and then please contact me. I will believe you. So this afternoon we have also 3 great talks from all over Europe. First, we will see Finland, Crea Marketing. Hello, guys.
Hello, hello.
We are trying to have a different layout. Yeah, that was it.
Now.
Okay. Now we are talking. Welcome. You're the first time, I think, on StripeCon.
Yes, it is.
And you will tell us about e-business with Silver Stripe.
Correct.
So we are looking forward. Just start.
Yeah, thank you. First of all, I'm going to introduce myself. I'm Carl-Johan Smeds. I'm the CEO of Crea Marketing. And my colleague here today is Niklas Forsdahl. And we're going to talk about how we work with Silver Stripe and do web shops and e-commerce. And we have a presentation starting with something more about our company, what kind of solutions we do with Silver Stripe, then to focus most on e-commerce. And I'm going to start this presentation, and then Niklas will continue, and Niklas will have the more technical part of this presentation. So thank you all for following. And as I said, my name is Carl-Johan Smeds, and my colleague here, Niklas Forsdahl. Yeah, let's say something in the beginning about our company. Personally, I founded this company back in 1998 when I was a student at the university studying marketing at the university here in Vasa, Finland. I got this idea, I want to try some business of my own, and I grabbed my best friend with me, and today we have over 22 years of experience of doing different kind of web solutions. So I'm going to talk more about what we do in a few minutes. At the moment, our team consists of 11 dedicated programmers and project managers and salespeople. We are mainly focusing on the technical part, so the majority of our team members are programmers. We also have in our team members, we have people who are responsible of the server side, taking care of security issues and doing updates on our web servers. And I can say that we are quite specialized today in this e-commerce because it all started about 20 years ago when we did the first shop. So if you go back there, yeah, thanks. We have been using Silver Stripe in our company since 2009. And we have a lot of different kind of projects behind us with Silver Stripe. And today we only work with Silver Stripe, we can say. We have been skipping other platforms and technologies. And this has been a strategic choice for us. We have a turnover of 720,000 euros from last annual year. And we've been doing good in business since 2009. We have the highest credit worthiness rated here in Finland. Yes, please. Let's first start with this statement that I guess most of you are familiar with. My professors at the university were quite clear about: don't put all eggs in one and the same basket. Of course, we talk about risks and what can happen if you choose the wrong basket. Well, you can lose everything. But as I said, we have done a strategic choice here in our company. And if we go to the next slide, please. I changed this statement a little bit. because if you choose this platform, SilverStripe, you can put all eggs in one and the same basket. In fact, we have many years behind us now successfully doing business with SilverStripe. And in the basket here, I have put a few of our most common eggs. And we can see that we have booking solutions, all kind of different kind of booking situations, like you book a room. It could be a hotel room, or it could be a cottage. It could be a service, or it can be just a physical place for a meeting, let's say. We have also more closed systems with for internal communication, for intranets, and also for targeted groups with extranets. So those are also working with the same SilverStripe platform. I also have an egg there called, which is digital signage. We have been doing digital signage solutions also as one module in our CMS with SilverStripe. The egg with website has been our most popular egg during all the years, but here we see a change now, last year's actually, and this is what we're going to talk more about here. Just wait a minute here. We also have this, like we call customer-specific solutions. It might be that someone contacts us and they have a specific business ID. It can be a small, medium, or a big project, but we have done during our years quite many of these, let's say, customer-specific solutions with SilverStripe. The last egg in the basket is the one that we're going to concentrate on today, and that's the web shop part. Yeah, next one, please. Our e-commerce experience goes back to 2001. Then we did this, which I wouldn't do again, honestly. We made a web shop from scratch, meaning that we did all the design, the user interface, and all coding from scratch. This was quite an extensive project, and we spent a lot of weeks, months of doing this first web shop. We could say it was a trial and error. We learned a lot from it, and we did quite many, in fact, of those back in 2001 and the following years. But we realized that this is something we can't keep up the pace with the market, so we just had to choose some other solution. And now someone might think, how stupid can you be to choose the OS Commerce? But trust me, back in the days, there were not so many options of platforms and e-commerce. We did many projects with OS Commerce. We learned a lot from that. We learned so much that we switched from OS Commerce to another platform, PrestaShop. And we did, let's say, very many projects with PrestaShop. Different kinds of projects. But we realized after a few years of working with PrestaShop that it was a big platform, but the code and the structure was not so nice to work with. We got a lot of feedback from our programmers that this is not nice. It took a lot of time to implement features with this PrestaShop platform, and it became more and more clear for us that we can't continue with this PrestaShop. We had to choose something else. And let's say we took a few years time out because we really had to look over the market. If we were not continuing with PrestaShop, what would we do? Magento, Shopify, or something else? So we looked on a lot of different platforms, but we were not so sure which one to continue with. During all the years we worked with these different e-commerce platforms, we got feedback from our customers because we were doing websites and web shops to same customers, and they asked us, why do we have to have two different platforms? Why can't we have this one as we have with the website? And we got more and more evidence from our customers and the market that we had to build web shops with the same platform as the websites. And then we started by implementing web shop functionality into the SilverStripe platform, and this was in 2016. that was also a big project. It took a lot of resources, but I'm very happy that we went on this journey in 2016, because today, if we move to the next slide here, we have around 30 e-commerce projects running now on the SilverStripe platform. I'm going to talk more about them a little bit later, and we're going to see some live examples also from front end and back end. But we are moving all our e-commerce projects that we've done with PrestaShop, and also we have still one or two maybe with the OS Commerce, and we are moving them to the SilverStripe platform. And all new shop projects are going on the SilverStripe platform. And it was a kind of turnover point or a tipping point, we might say, maybe last year or even before this Corona came into the market, because we already at that time had quite many people or customers asking for web shops. And the more and more we got contacts, they wanted web shops from us. So today, the majority of the turnover actually is coming from e-commerce projects. Still today, we do all other kind of projects as well, but it has been changing the last 2 years, I would say, quite clearly that e-commerce is the thing for us. And if we look on different type of projects, we can talk about small shops, just a few hundred or a couple of thousand products. But we now also have experience of quite big e-commerce projects where we talk about 500,000 products for one web shop. And we do these shops both for business to business and business to consumer markets. They differ a little bit from each other, but we have done for both of these segments good projects. And usually today, when we talk about web shops, it's not a standalone shop that is running on its own. It's integrated, it's connected to a lot of different systems. We talk about ERP integrations, POS integrations, to mention just a few of them. And this is where we see that we are strong in what we do, this integration part, how we integrate the shops with other third-party solutions and systems. And last year, we've been working a lot with the core Web Vitals. And this has been a success for us and, of course, our customers, because now we can see the results from Google. The Google rankings are really impressive from our customers. It doesn't really matter if it's a small shop, just a newly established shop, or a big one with this 500,000 products. We can get good rankings with all of our shops. And this is in combination, the core Web Vitals in combination with content, and that we've done a lot of optimization to reach this goal. And I'm going to look on a few examples here. We turn to the next one here. This is one case that we're going to talk about and show you. This is an interior design company selling on the internet. It's called Aveo. And here we see in the Lighthouse test run of Aveo.fi in mobile, we reached to the 93 points of 100. And in the next one, we have the desktop, which is 100 complete. And these are the parameters that we have found to be quite valuable to work with. All of them, in fact, because if you go onto the green side here, and if you reach to these top numbers, you will see a major impact in your rankings. If you go to the next one also, please. We use other tools to track our projects. Here is a good one I use a lot. It's Pingdom. It's a free tool out there on the web just to check the load time. And also they have a performance grade here, which is, we did a test run here from Germany, Frankfurt, to our servers here in Vasa, Finland. And we've got this load time on the front page of Aveo of half a second, less than half a second. And this is quite good statistics. Now I'm gonna give over to my colleague Niklas, please.
Hello, I'm Niklas Forsdahl. As Kalle said, I'm Chief Software Engineer at Crea Marketing. I've been working for over 10 years here. So that's since SilverStripe 2.3, I think. I'll be talking a bit about more technical parts of what we use for e-commerce, which community modules we use, what changes we have to make to them, and what other custom functionality we have created ourselves to tie this up. We of course use the SilverStripe framework version 4 nowadays, and the base modules. But for e-commerce, we use SilverShop. This is a community module for e-commerce. We found this to be overall a very good technical and flexible base. It's easily extensible. We can easily add our own functionality and change how it works. We have only changed one thing in SilverShop Core. We had to fork it because to support over 100K products, we had to change the base class of product and product category to data object instead of site tree. Otherwise, we run into a lot of problems with that many products. And to make search and filtering and such things work nicely. And also kind of because of multilingual translation. Our shops often have at least 2 or 3 languages. Since we in Finland have 2 official languages, Finnish and Swedish. And then a lot of shops also use English for international trade. Otherwise, I think the base architecture is really good in SilverShop. It has a good architecture about products and variations, which is very important. If that architecture is wrong, then you run into a lot of problems. It also has a very good architecture in the checkout page. That's also one area which a lot of e-commerce platforms has, where it is hard to customize it. But here it is, it's really well thought out. We then use some other of these SilverShop modules like discounts. Here we just felt that there was one thing missing, and that's product discounts. That is discounts that can be done on different criteria, like per category or manufacturer, but which actually change the selling price directly, so that you see that the lowered selling price directly in all listings and all places. This we also had to customize so that it actually stores the best selling price per and discount percent per each product and variation, at least to get the performance up on a lot of products, so we don't have to calculate it dynamically for each product that is listed. And because we also want to be able to sort products based on price. So we also use the stock module from SilverShop, and here we also had to do some changes to get it to work with a large number of products. We had to add some indexes to get it to the performance in line. Here we also store the stock status per variation of product and when the stock changes, so that we can store if this product or variation is in stock or not. For performance reasons, we have added out-of-stock behavior options for each product and variation, so they can choose if are you selling this product or not when it is out of stock. And also to get custom out-of-stock messages per manufacturer. That's quite important, so that the merchant can communicate how long it will take to get a product which is not in stock. Here we can jump to the website just to show you a bit how it looks. This is now the one example which we're allowed to show from our customer. This site is actually in Swedish and Finnish, so I just use Google Translate here to translate it to English, so you might see some odd wording here. But that's just because of Google Translate. As I said, we have products are no longer pages here, they are data objects. So we have a custom product catalog page, which then shows categories and products. They still get their own URL segment. Just translate it. So this product catalog page shows categories and products. This is a top level category, so this actually shows all products in this category and any category under it. You can go into different subcategories. Product pages. This is then just handled by the product catalog page. And here we have, for example, different variations. Then we use the full text search module. This is a module from SilverStripe. This uses Apache Solr for indexing the data, and we use this for both site search and for product filtering. Here I just had to subclass Solr index because the community module only supports Solr 4, which is nowadays very old. So we had to work in the support for Solr 8. This is because we want support for modern Solr things like highlighting, spell checking, facet queries, grouped queries. This is also something you can do in Elasticsearch, but we chose full text search with Solr because we were already using this for site search, and we were familiar with Solr. Both are very complex systems, so that's why we stuck to the one we knew. We use Solr grouped queries for the site search so that we can group results. We get product results separately from page results in one Solr query. And then we use product filtering by doing Solr facet queries. I'll show this in a minute. I just have some screenshots here also of the site search and of the actual product filtering. I'll jump to the site. So the site search does a Solr query, which is grouped so that we can have product results in a separate group, along with, for example, categories, blog posts, pages. And this is really fast via Solr. The second thing, which is product filtering. In our first try, we tried to do this via normal data list queries. which didn't turn out very well. It choked already at perhaps 100 products, and that's just not acceptable. So then I thought, why are we trying to do facet queries in a relational database when we were already indexing our products to Solr? So this is now just a Solr facet query, which means you can actually have hit numbers for each and every attribute. This is now about 2,000 products, and we can, for each attribute we can filter on, see exactly how many will match. And actual filtering is really fast. This also works for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of products in one listing. It's still this fast because this is what Solr does well. We can show another example of a shop which has several 100,000 products, because they also sell a lot of spare parts. So in this listing we have 38,000 products, and here we can easily just filter out very fast products based on a filter. And as soon as we filter on one parameter, we'll get numbers for each of the rest of the filters, how many will match, even though we have 38,000 products here in just this listing. To get really fast pages, we also publish them statically. For this, we actually use the static publish queue module. We could have chosen also the perhaps more modern approach with Next.js or Gatsby or something, which was shown in another presentation. But for the moment, we chose to use this static publish queue module because this allows us to also have some pages which are not statically published, like the checkout page. And because for us, this doesn't change our normal workflow with using the Silver Stripe template rendering. So in this way, we can still use Silver Stripe templates and have static pages. We can also, because we have shops with thousands of products where each product page is statically published, we have to be able to incrementally publish changes. So if you change one product, you want to publish just that product page and the category page which it shows in. We don't want to generate the whole site again, because that takes like at least 1 to 2 hours for a couple of thousand pages. Dynamic data like the shopping cart are filled in via one AJAX request on each page load. Just like, for example, with Gatsby or other of these kinds of static publishing. I had to subclass the file system publisher here because it was otherwise running out of memory quite fast if you try to publish many pages in one job. So we just do the actual rendering in a separate process. So so we don't run out of memory. And we also had to customize the static cache file build job so that we can publish all product pages and category pages and so on in all Fluent locales. Because we also have to, even though we have, for example, 3,000 products, we have to do 6,000 pages if we have 2 locales. And for this, because of the static publishing, we also use the QJobs module quite heavily. Because we have to, because of the amount of products, we have to queue up the jobs. Static publishing is just one thing we need it for. We also need to have jobs for a lot of other things to make things fast. We have done this with one normal, or like we call it, a fast queue, and a large queue, plus an immediate queue. To make things work for us, we had to do a custom queue runner, which writes mark and log files per queue. We need the log files because we need the queue to be completely sequential. This is because some of the jobs need to be run in order, otherwise we might mess up some of the data. We write a mark file anytime a job is queued on a queue, because then we can do the, we don't have to run the actual queue runner once per minute via cron tab, just to check if there are jobs. The actual cron tab command can use just test for the mark file and see if there is anything to do. We also have a custom cron job, queue job as we call it, which can actually parse cron tab like syntax in the YAML files so that we can easily queue up jobs of different types in different schedules. Regarding the front end, as Kalle said, we try to get core web vitals are really important for us. So we heavily use the image manipulations in SilverStripe. I think this is a very good part of SilverStripe. It's got very good support for doing image manipulation. We just had to do one thing, and that's WebP transcoding. That's actually one thing which gives you surprisingly many points in the core web vitals. This is possible to do as a image manipulation, as long as you use the ImageMagick backend and have the libwebp module installed. We do quite heavily use picture tags in templates so that we can do multiple croppings of the same image for different media queries. For example, a different cropping for mobile and different for desktop. So we always have an image which is not too large. And of course, we also do bundle the requirements via Yarn and Webpack, like the core SilverStripe modules do today. That also impacts core web vitals a lot. I think someone else will talk about this also at StripeCon. This is just to show you that we actually use picture tags in the templates to show different croppings for different media queries, and also WebP images for devices which support them. Then we'll jump to the admin part. This is also very important for larger e-commerce sites. Here we have firstly done a simple custom dashboard just to have something nice to show the merchant when they log in. Here we have done just some simple statistics from Google Analytics and sales data, of course, taken from Silvershop. And I can show you this also. This is actually from the customer. We have permission to show this. Here we have some basic statistics data, and we also show some graphs of, for example, visitors, page views, sales per month. And for the actual webshop administration, we chose to do a custom model admin subclass instead of the ones included in Silvershop. This is because our customers wanted to have all the webshop administration in one place. So this model admin just has multiple top-level tabs which group together different parts of the administration. This is, of course, heavily based on Gridfield. We have done some custom components to Gridfield to make this work with a lot of products. We have made our own filtering component to filter lists. I'll show this in a minute. We use bulk actions via the Gridfield bulk editing tools module, which are then customized a bit to suit our needs. We have built a component for nested grid fields. This I'll also show in a minute. This actually does a lot of things easier for the merchants, a lot less clicks to get to the data they need. Also made a small components for showing some tooltip data in grid fields, so we can have a lot of information in one without actually opening the objects. So we just have a look at this. As you can see, this is now this model admin subclass is grouped in top-level tabs like catalog, orders, customers, and so on. And under catalog, we have the product list. Here we can directly see the nested grid fields. This is product with variations. So directly in this grid field, we can open it up to see another grid field with the variations. I can now open this variation for editing directly from here. And this actually saves a lot of clicks. We use the search component, which comes with Silverstripe, but we also made our own filtering component for filtering based on categories, manufacturers, because this is a bit tedious to type into the search. It's a bit more intuitive to have a different component where you can actually just choose a manufacturer and filter. And this is also great when you have when you want to administer thousands of products. Then you quickly run into the problem like how do you change the category for hundreds or thousands of products at once, because you can't, as a merchant, you can't open each and every product and change the data. So here we use the bulk actions in combination with the filtering. So we have bulk actions, for example, for publishing, unpublishing, adding categories, changing filters and specifications, updating the price, and so on. And you can do this by, you can filter, for example, on one category manufacturer. And then, for example, update the price for all products that belong to this manufacturer. We change this also so that the select all actually does not all on this page, but all that match this filter. And if the matched products are more than, say, 100, we actually do this as a queue job so that it doesn't time out. So in that way, the merchant can actually do very big bulk actions. I'll just quickly show the orders from a test environment. We don't want to show the actual customer orders here. These are just test orders. Here we also use nested grid fields so that you can see the order lines directly here in the list. You can click the reference to get a bit more information without actually opening the order. Reports. Here we also have we built some custom reports. These are also based on this nested grid field idea we have. So here we just have made a custom report list as a subclass of the SQL query list, which comes from the Silver Shop modules, because the reports are often group the data that needs to be shown, which you can then just click down into. Here we are focused on sales and stock reports. We're running out of time, so I'll just leave it at that. We have done some other custom modules and extensions. We have done Google Shopping feeds. We have something we call campaigns, which is a way to showcase different discounts or a number of discounts. We have manufacturer pages, which showcases all the products from one manufacturer. For one customer, we also made special products, which are sample products of the actual product. So you can buy samples. We have abandoned carts module and some integrations, of course, to Finnish and Swedish payment providers as OmniPay modules. Just quick look at our future plans. Here we have more plans for marketing automation, different automations about what emails get sent and when. We have plans for doing more related content on product pages and on the checkout page, either through site logic or some AI like Google Vision AI API, so that you would automatically get some related products when you add a new product to the shop as a merchant. And some more admin improvements for merchants. They always have more ideas about how you could do the administration more user-friendly. Okay, that's in short what we have done. There's a lot more to talk about, but I think our time is running out. So, you have anything to add?
No, thank you. You did a very good walkthrough through the technical parts of what we have been using, and you also showed very good from both front end and back end. So I hope all of you that followed got a good view of how we have done it, and we are very keen to get feedback. If you have some ideas or if you want to check something, just feel free to contact either me or directly Niklas. Then we can continue to talk more about your feedback. Or if we have time for questions right now, we can go through them as well.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you right now.
We still can't hear you. Could you please try to say something? We see.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, great.
Okay, sorry for that. Thank you for the great talk. Very fantastic. And as you are the only e-commerce talk, we have many questions here. I'm just reading some of them. First question that many had: are the modules that you develop, are they available as Silverstripe modules, like the nested grid field that had very much interest in the chat?
Okay, they are not open source modules yet, but well, some of them could be.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I think many of the visitors would be interested in that. And some special questions. You're working with static publisher. How do you manage to display the stock count on the pages when you are using static publisher?
If you mean like the product pages, then that's actually something which is filled in via an AJAX request when you open the product page.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I understand that. Great.
Yeah.
Did you consider Elastic instead of Solar?
Yes, we have. But as I said in the talk, we had used Solar before, so we were familiar with it. So that's why we chose it.
Yeah, that was the reason. Okay.
Yeah, but I'm sure you could do exactly the same kind of facet filtering and group search with Elasticsearch also.
Yeah. And one last question: do your customers use the order fulfillment also in the Silverstripe, or do you use a different system for that?
No, it's in Silverstripe, yes.
Okay. It's really great to know that Silverstripe is used for... I'm sorry?
I didn't have time to show it in the presentation, but yes, it's the checkout page from Silvershop.
Yeah, that's great. So it's really great to see what Silverstripe is used for in Finland and all over the world. Thank you very much for your talk, and see you in Gaza or next time. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
And next up is Aaron. Hello, Aaron.
Hello.
Very nice to see you. I hope everything is working. Yes, I see your presentation. And
Can you hear me?
Aaron is, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah, great. No, everything is fine. And we are looking forward to your talk. If I understand it correctly, more marketing oriented from an agency perspective. Thank you very much in front.
Hello, everyone. My name is Aaron Brockhurst. I head up CSL website design. We are a design agency based in London. I thought what I would do today is give you some background as to why we picked Silver Stripe. Before that, those of you who remember, I last spoke in 2019. You'll remember at the time we were debating where we were going to hold the next StripeCon. Tenerife was the one. We have actually sourced this picture of Lars, there, and who knew there was a pandemic coming. Hopefully in 2022 we might make it to somewhere where there's some sun and we can all enjoy StripeCon where we're all together. Moving on, though, to tell you a bit about us as an agency, we're a London-based Silver Stripe partner. We've been working with Silver Stripe since around 2009. First version we worked with was 2.3, and we worked with it since then. We specialize in the experiential and engagement environment, events, and banking and finance. A lot of the stuff we do is about user engagement with content, and we build web-based applications that enhance user experience, enable our clients' revenue generation opportunities, or reduce their costs and improve their brand positioning and awareness around either their environments or online with their clients. We also occasionally build a website or an e-commerce store, but we're finding a lot more of the stuff that we do is around the application-based, experiential user experience type space. Why did we pick Silver Stripe? Back in 2008, 2009, we pulled together a set of original criteria around a content management platform that we wanted to use for our clients. The first thing that we knew, it had to be a technology that we understood. Our background very much is in a Java J2E environment. We are an enterprise content management background. We also work within the LAMP stack, the whole range of technologies. So typically, at enterprise level, we'll work with any of the core, main players, Documentum, Oracle, Sitecore, some AEM from time to time, as well as, WordPress. I was glad to see OS Commerce get mentioned earlier. Back in the day, there were some great technologies that we used, not without their own limitations, but very good technologies. So we knew for our own experience that what we picked had to be something that we understood. We didn't really want to start having to learn something new like Rails. Ruby on Rails was making a big splash back in the day, and we knew we didn't want to be a .NET house. So it had to fit somewhere in that space in the technology that we understood. We also knew from our experience in the enterprise area that there had to be a separation between the data, application, and presentation layers. Those of you who work with WordPress will know that everything is stuck in the loop, that the logic and the templates are inherently linked, the data's caught in there, and doing anything in that space that separates the two is difficult. Drupal, similarly, you're caught in the node and everything's a node. So, there's inherent problems, and we knew that we had to have this separation between the three, just to make life, more flexible for ourselves, really, and for our clients. Typically, we knew we wanted something that was easy to upgrade and had an upgrade path. I don't know how many of you have seen the update this now button on a WordPress site. When you look at that and I see this screen, it fills me with fear, because I know pushing that update now button is very much like setting fire to the world. And I know that at that point, I might as well blow up my site, because quite often the site will blow up. A WordPress update now, it will always break something, and it doesn't play nice with the dev, test, UAT, production type topology that we work with, where we have separate environments. So we knew when it's saying that was easy to upgrade with a good upgrade path, and something that was easily extendable. It's most of our work is based around building on something, building an application that does something specific for a client. And so what we wanted to do was to make sure that we could extend our applications and our content management system in a way that gave us flexibility to use the core, what was there, and build onto it. I don't really want to be reinventing the wheel, to create users and members and permissions and roles and all of those things that come out of the box with SilverStripe. I wanted to make sure that we had a stable CMS that did all that for us. From a content editor perspective, it had to have a great UI that's easy to use. Our content editors would had to be able to create content easily, quickly, and it had to be given them something that gave them a preview and a publish. I managed to find this screen from an old 2.3 site, and this was very much what we were working with back then. We found our content editors loved how easy it was to do anything. It wasn't complex. It didn't involve blocks or pulling widgets together. It was literally enter the content on the page and push the save and the publish button. It made life really easy. We asked ourselves, did we want something that was open source or proprietary? Did we want something that was free licensing or had a license fee? And it's always a really difficult question. We're seeing now that even now with a lot of our clients, the question is still split. Do they want the proprietary huge license fee that comes down like Oracle, or do they want open source? Government's made a big push in the last 4 or 5 years, which is really driving this open source question a lot further down, and the companies down that open source line a lot more. One of the things that we did know is that from an open source technology, we wanted it to be backed by a company that used it themselves. I wanted to make sure that whoever was the owner of the open source technology was using it for their own projects, because I knew that the problems we faced, they would also be facing. And so it's not stuck in some community where the project falls apart because it's not supported and it's not used, and the people who are using it no longer have a requirement for. I'd already been caught with a number of projects like that where the project just fell apart because the original people who started it no longer had a requirement for it, and there weren't enough people to take it forward. We needed it to be suitable for all of our clients of all shapes and sizes, whether they're a one-man band business right the way up to an enterprise client, and everyone in between. We work with businesses across the full spectrum. So we work with banks and government organisations at the very top, and very small one-man businesses at the bottom. And we needed a CMS that worked with everyone, that they could all use to do most of what they wanted to do. There's always niche case examples in there where it's not suitable, but for 80% of our clients, we wanted it to fit all types of client. We wanted to be able to go in and sell a product that we were proud of, that they could then see and use very easily. So 10 years later, it's been a long journey. We've gone through version 2, version 3, the pain of upgrade to version 4. We've finally in the throes of finishing off upgrading our oldest version 2 site now, that's run stably for 10 years, and will very soon go out as version 4. And our criteria that we had originally still holds true. It's still a technology that we understand. It still fits that, and it still ticks all of the boxes all the way through. And our clients who use Silverstripe love it. That you like how easy it is to use and how we can quickly do whatever they want us to do with it, you know, to meet their requirements. So moving forward, our list does keep growing. You know, our list of requirements as the world changes. So back in the past, we always had multiple delivery channels. There was always a client who had an intranet and an internet site or website, but we're seeing this now grow rapidly, where they're looking to publish content out not just to sites but to apps, and to search engines and to various different users who consume it in a myriad of different ways. And Silverstripe gives us the ability to provide all of those routes. I think we've got one client who, out of their Silverstripe instance, runs 35 microsites, all streaming content across all of the sites, but in different ways out to different clients with different consumption requirements. We're seeing, and Uncle Cheese talked about headless. There's a lot of talk about headless at the moment, and for us, headless is not so much this, but it's becoming more this, where it's both headless and headed at the same time, where clients want the headless to, you know, deliver their content out to applications, but also, you know, they want to use Silverstripe to generate content as well. We're seeing greater integrations. Back in 2008, 2009, this would have been our CMS stack, where we've got content editors creating content in the CMS and publishing it out for visitors to consume. You know, over the years that moved so that we moved the publishing out to a live server, so it was separate from the CMS, and we've seen some of that, whether it's either static published or, you know, published out to a version running on a different server where the editors get restricted access. But these days we're seeing a Silverstripe as our central point of content, where our editors are creating content and using it there for its primary purpose. We're seeing that there's a greater interaction with in-house applications pushing content into Silverstripe, and other systems, you know, either pushing or pulling. So it's either user entered or it's generated from there. We're also seeing we have a number of content generation systems where users generate video content or gaming content that's fed into our Silverstripe applications. We're then driving content back out from Silverstripe into either storage areas like Dropbox, or CDNs across the board, you know, whether it's AWS, you know, Google, Azure, even out to video storage platforms like YouTube or Vimeo, Brightcove or Kaltura. We're seeing a whole range of different delivery areas for some of the more content type assets that go out from there. And we're also delivering sites out either as static published sites, either as headed Silverstripe sites or headless, out to you know, web applications from there. We're doing a lot more with mobile and interaction through real-time applications like Redshift, where it's Node, and a lot of our gaming apps drive content through this way through mobile app, where people are scoring points and gaming in real time with content generated through Silverstripe, and delivered out to their applications on their devices. We're using Silverstripe with EPOS, you know, to render those transactions backwards and forwards, and at the same time, you know, do the MI and the reporting for it for user dashboards. And then we've got, you know, new coming technology like Alexa and Google Search and Solar and all the myriad of other things that are going into it. And then, you know, just to make it even more complicated, we're getting instances where we've got Cloudflare bolted on the top, and we're using Cloudflare CDN or Jamstack, and Silverstripe's pushing the content into Cloudflare for users to consume. So as you can see, you know, our world now is becoming horrifically more complex just in the nature of what clients ask us to do. And SilverStripe is still our platform of choice for this. There are plenty of platforms out there, but our preference is SilverStripe because it allows us to do these things quickly, easily, and without huge complications. Another thing we're seeing more of with our clients and in the world in general is a greater requirement for audit history and compliance type applications. Who published what, where, what content was created, who pushed what button. It's something that we're doing a lot with in the financial area where, content is important and they need to know what was published when and what was online at a certain particular time or date or country. And we keep manage that through SilverStripe, through the versioning, and it works very well for us in that space. Workflow is something that was, always very simple. It was very easy back in the day. It was a case of create the content, review the content, publish the content. We're now seeing extended workflows, and the workflow module helps us create a lot more complex type workflows that are required, whether it's publishing out to different channels or publishing out in different ways. We're still seeing more requirements from our clients for workflow there. And into that, and this is one of the areas that was always a requirement for us. We're seeing a massive change in the standards for security and data. We've always had PCI for e-commerce, but the requirements there are growing. The OWASP is something that we're seeing more and more with our clients. Nearly every site that we build now comes with a pen test or wants some form of security test through it. I've got a client where we ran a microsite amnesty, quite a large client, ran a microsite amnesty for them, and we discovered over 100 microsites, all of them with some sort of security issue on them that needs fixing. GDPR has been around for a little while and it's causing even more complications for our clients. Also things like cookie policies, privacy policies, and those sorts of things, as well as the ISO standards that we're seeing grow, and in from there. And something that we're going to see more of over the next 18 months, I think, is going to be OTP. I think over the course of 2 years, we'll see a lot of things using passwords will disappear and it'll be an OTP type transaction for security. And all of these things, SilverStripe assists us with greatly. But the fact that it's regularly pen tested by SilverStripe means that we've got confidence with the applications that we build and what we do there. Knowing that anything that we put on top, the base product, SilverStripe itself, is an exceptionally good, secure product. So our clients' impact on our own criteria has driven and grown over the last 10 years. We're moving more into an area where a lot of what we do is personalized and it has all about digital experience, and it's about user-generated content, which SilverStripe helps us do very well. One of the other things that we particularly love about SilverStripe is that we can quickly build out a proof of concept. We can generally have a proof of concept out for something within, days rather than weeks and months. And our clients are looking for MVP as part of their agile delivery schedule now, and SilverStripe helps us do that extremely quickly. Our MVP times have reduced as well over the years, and whereas before we had time more to build stuff and then demonstrate it, we're looking to get an agile delivery out really quick, and SilverStripe helps us to do that. So, in summary, for us, SilverStripe is still our first choice CMS. It's still the product that we choose for most of our clients. There is always a edge case where they want something different, but when we talk to our clients as an agency and as a product delivery company, SilverStripe is still the choice that we make for all of those reasons, and our clients back that choice, with those reasons. Typically, when they come to a pen test, they're generally pleased at how easy things like the pen test and security test go, and because we can back that up to say it's already been through that process, and that often helps with our clients. So thanks for listening. That was just a quick, this is why we chose SilverStripe and what we've done with it over the last 10 years. If you've got any questions, please just shout them out or drop me an email afterwards. I'm quite happy to talk about how we use it and what we do with it and show you some examples later if you want.
You are muted, Cheetah. No. Hello. Thank you very much, Aaron, for this nice talk. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thanks. It's good to hear. I think many of these arguments we also use in client communication, and it's good to hear from a different perspective. Does anyone have a question? Are you using Alexa with SilverStripe in production? Johannes is asking.
No, we've not got to the point of using it in production. We've had a lot of talk with clients around it. What we are seeing, though, is a lot of growth in Alexa-based search requirements, so that not so much us feeding content into Alexa, but Alexa indexing our sites and pulling content from there so it can surface that out. We've seen a growth in the Alexa bot in the search logs as well. So it's an area that our clients are stepping more into. Lots of our clients in the finance industry are really governed around compliance and what they can and can't say. So Alexa is a really difficult space for them, but we are looking at how we use that with our clients.
Very interesting. Thank you very much. There are no more questions, but I look forward to meet you in the Northern Creation Bar later on or somewhere else. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, that question was too late. I would like to continue just right now with Giancarlo.
Okay.
Hello,
thank you.
Giancarlo.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you. Nice to hear you from Italy. I think it's the first time that we have a speaker from Italy.
Thank you for having me today. Yes, this is the first time for me with the StripeCon, and it's even the first time for me in a virtual environment like this one. I'm having a much fun, and I think it will be interesting to stay the second and the third day and hear out other speakers. And
yes, we look forward to your talk, and I will go away now.
Okay, thank you for introducing me. In my talk, I will talk about Mautic. That is an open source marketing automation solution. We'll explore some marketing basic concepts and check out just how easily this can be installed and integrated into your own SilverStripe website. Allow me to give you some background information first. I'm from Ischia. This is a volcanic island in the Gulf of Naples, Italy. It has a lush vegetation, thermal sources, a rich history, nice cuisine. It's a location for various films. It is a popular tourist destination, and Ischia attracts over 6 million visitors each year. That's swarming island with 60,000 residents. So it has more than 200 hotels, not counting other attractions like parks and restaurants. You have to know that this creates a rich texture of small to medium businesses that fiercely compete for tourists with aggressive pricing and unique features. A few can stand out with interesting marketing campaigns trying to build the loyalty of a new generation of tourists that are starting right now to discover this beautiful place. I am a full-stack web developer, designer, and hosting maintainer. I'm a strong supporter of the idea that marketing is no longer just for larger companies. I think that it can be applied to all sorts of businesses, harnessing the power of open source software. The intended audience of this talk is mixed, because I think that there's something for everyone. For the people that are following me from New Zealand, I know it's late out there, but I promise that if you grab your teddy bear before going to bed, there's a lot to check out. And I'll want to make sure that seasonal developers have to know that I know the installation is trivial, and maybe they are interested in the core marketing automation concepts, and maybe they just want to discover more about Mautic. But I think there's also something for the novice developer, because actually there's a lot of code that isn't shared, and he writes the code, but it is afraid to share it. And there are a few tricks that I learned while making this module that they may find interesting, actually. Also, I would like to speak to marketing agencies, because they usually implement marketing automation day to day, and maybe use a software as a service closed source platform, and maybe they want to consider the switch to a completely open source based workflow. Okay, then we'll check out something about the availability, the deliverability problems, and how can DevOps operators check out if their server are actually working well with the sending of mass emails. How can I send those emails at all? Before going further, I would like to speak to people that may seem to interchange the term newsletter and the term marketing automation solutions. This isn't actually the same thing, and the newsletter actually have some problems that I would like to assert right now. The people are actually right now trained to understand that the one-on-one communication is a little different. There's a lot of information overload. There's a lot of spam, and even filtering that there's just too much email. We all know this person. This is the Nigerian prince that wants to give you his fortune right now. You have to know that the best marketing doesn't feel like marketing, because actually knowing my name is not enough anymore. And to be effective, communication should implement customization in the form of perfect timing. That means that the information should be delivered in a spaced repetition fashion over a long period of time. Remember that personalization is not about first and last name. It's about relevant content. I would also like to check out what are the problems with software as a services solutions, because they nick and dime your features, and I'd like to spend a little on that, because actually you will think that maybe 2,000 contacts are enough for you. Actually, they are not, because they create their plans. So if you want a real complete solution, it is only available in the higher plans. And if you go a smaller one, then there are problems, because you will not be able to access all the features that you actually want. And so this cuts out smaller businesses that want to automate their marketing solutions. Let me check out for you some pricing. some pricing plans. HubSpot, for example, starts at a sheer over 823 euros for month, and that without counting for their CMS, because they add up another 378 euros per month if you want to also use their CMS. Okay, also the problem with the newsletters is that usually their communication is synced, is bulk sent to a lot of persons, and do not consider that usually contacts are in a various stages of engagement. Okay, so I'll now go very, very fast about some basic core concepts about the marketing automation. I created this diagram. This is a basic example that helps you out if you didn't use before a marketing automation solution. There's a tree where the root is green right now, and is the point where the contact is added, and there are some yellow rectangles. Those ones are interesting ones, because they mean that the user actually is doing something, and there are the green, the gray, and the red ones. If the user actually performs some actions like visiting your website, or tweeting or mentioning you and using a particular hashtag, he will receive something back from the platform. For example, he can receive some personalized content on your website, or maybe the marketing automation solution may send him or her a welcome email and check out if this email has been opened at all. It can also go as much as sending follow-up emails and waiting a little bit. Those emails can be different from the one before, and if the contact actually engages in those actions, if interacts with this content that you are creating, then you are adding to his card some points, and if the contact reaches more than a number of points, then the contact becomes a not lead, and you can actually contact him. Remember that to get the right message to the right person at the right time, you first need to get the right data to the right database at the right time. Okay, so the diagram that we were seeing before was a fictional one. I made it up, but you are maybe thinking, how's the actual UI? And you will be surprised to find that it is actually very, very nice. This is an actual decision tree UI in the open source platform Mautic. And as you can see, some of those rectangles are colored in a green fashion. And those means that those are actually decision points. That means that the contact performs an operation. Also, there are blue points that aren't shown here, where the Mautic performs an operations, and red points where some variables influence the operation flow. This means that this decisional tree creates a concept called drip marketing. That means that people receive the data over time, over various channels. That means emails, phone messages, over Twitter, and interacts with your business in various ways, answering messages, visiting your website, downloading files. This might take days, weeks, even months. And what happens during this period? Points. You're right. Each of these operation means more points for your contact. Remember that reaching the inbox isn't your goal. Engaging people is, okay? Because there's a concept in marketing automation called the hot lead. It means that the contact is a cold lead at the start, and gets more and more interested in your product or services. And when it is when it becomes an hot lead, that means that the system can push. It is called an hot lead handover, the contact to another integration like Sugar CRM, vTiger, or simply you can get an email notification tell you there's a call to make. Okay, so that this is very important. But the circle of life starts when the contact is added to your database. There's usually a lot of ways in marketing to receive these contacts. This is called lead generation. And usually may happen through various channels, like you can pay money for Google ads, or you can pay money for leads ads from Google, Facebook, LinkedIn, or Instagram. You can get via organic social networking or traffic, events, conferences, and re-engaging your customer base, those contacts. However, that's a mistake that many people do, because they small businesses tend to believe that simply creating a lead ads campaign over Facebook will mean that the list is actually interested in their services or products. That's not actually true. You have to understand that this is a cold lead list that should be contacted and engaged over time to become interested, and to filter out the contacts that actually aren't don't want to engage you. Okay, there's a lot of tools that you have to consider if you didn't go over a landing page. It is something that you have to consider. Many small businesses create their landing pages into their CMS systems, like in SilverStripe. However, as they are highly optimized for conversion and intercept a very, very delicate moment in the user's decision-making progress, they usually they can be created directly with a builder in the marketing automation platform. That there's an example here to check out, where, as you can see, not even the main website menu or navigation is present. Apart from landing pages, there's a lot of other ways to interact with the contacts. Those are called usually channels. And I would like to spend a little time of those ones. The first one actually is email, and it is very easy to understand. Like MailChimp or other platforms, you can send messages via email to those contacts. However, you can also use your fancy app that you are creating right now with all your headless technologies that feed content from your SilverStripe website out to your to your integration and have your and make sure to push notificate your users as you are going further. This in Mautic is managed by one signal that has a very generous plan. Mautic even comes with an integration for Twilio right out of the box, and it is a nice integration because it tracks answers and also respects do not contact for the users. That means that users can answer with the keyword that says do not contact me again, and the platform will not send any more messages. Okay, that leads to a process called lead nurturing. That means that contacts can be grouped into segments based on the topics of interest, and can also go through various stages of a so-called marketing funnel, where the lower part is actually made from contacts that are ready to engage and be contacted directly to sell your product or services. Okay, also many marketing automation platform use tools like progressive profiling. That means that if you engage to contacts and you already have some data, they can even ask only for the data that is missing, or can use something called the video gating. That means that you can have a landing page that shows up a video, and this video will pause at a specific time, and you can ask for more information to the user, and as the user fills up the form will go away, and you can continue your explanation, and the video will play again. Also, other tools are focus items, like the infamous pop-ups that indeed are tailor-made in the platform and know you, and allow to tailor send information that is just for that customers. They can also put notification bars on top, or modals, full page takeovers, and can even do things like having small parts or areas in your front-end part of the website that are overridden by the platform to inject via JavaScript new content. They can also do social monitoring. Okay, I'll now do very fast talk about how to install Mautic. I know it's late somewhere in the world, but I promise it will not take very much. You have to know that Mautic has a software as a service version by Acquia, has a thriving community, and has a lot of plugins, can be integrated in a lot of ways, and is also available as a Docker Hub, in Docker Hub as a single image, so you can check it out in a few seconds, actually. You have to know that there's the Mautic.org organization that maintains the open source version, and there is the Mautic.com version that is the paid for version. It is called Campaign Studio. Okay, so to let you understand, the Campaign Studio on Mautic.com is that one here. As you can see, the Docker image is refreshed very often. The last one has been updated 3 days ago with version 4. Okay, Mautic is a Symfony project. It can be installed via Composer Create project, just like SilverStripe can. However, the developers suggest to use the zip ball on the mautic.org website. It requires a database at least one dedicated email address. And yay, let's party, because the major version 4.0 has just been released on August 2021 and supports PHP 7.4, and like SilverStripe, even Mautic is considering support for PHP 8.0. Here's is the timeline of the system, and I would like to spend a few seconds more on that, because actually one of the main benefits of version 4.0 of Mautic is actually the newest block editor that is based on a famous new project called Great.js. You maybe already know that. Indeed, unfortunately, not all themes have been updated to use it, and I would suggest to use version 3, but it has already been passed to security support, so soon it will be dismissed. So we hope this situation will go away in a month or so. It is everything is just very new for this new version. Okay, so the installation is very, very easy. I'll download the zip ball from the mautic.org website. I'm a really big fan of Plesk. Latest version, codename Obsidian, is jam-packed with the features, so I'll upload the archive in my own subscription and install it into the subdomain stripecon 2021.digital.it. Of course, some parts of the interface are redacted for security and privacy purposes, but the good things are right now you can see that. I'll make sure to select version 7.4 of PHP, and I'll assign a wildcard certificate to the subdomain. I do not need CGI or Perl support. However, I'll make sure to add more memory to Mautic, because it is a lot of memory intensive. It requires at least 256 megabytes of RAM, but the more is better. And to better perform date and time calculations, you have to set the time zone. Mine is Europe, Rome. Okay, so I'm now creating standard things in a dedicated email address, and I will next create a database in MariaDB, MySQL, and creating a dedicated users, and then I'll upload the files in my subscription. I'll not use FTP, because actually it will take a lot of time, and Plesk even supports loading files from a remote URL, but I wanted to keep everything simple, so I'll upload the zip ball as usual via the upload file function. You'll see that I'm deleting some demo files that are created from Plesk, and I'm ready to go, because actually the setup process is very, very easy, just like a WordPress installation. Mautic supports a wide range of email transporters, and I'll configure for this demo an SMTP transport. I strongly suggest against using SendMail, because it has some limitations in the system. Okay, so you can use it for testing, but in a live installation, at least you have to use SMTP. Okay, so I'm now logging in into the platform, and I'm making sure to enable basic authentication and the app API endpoint. Otherwise, I cannot connect from SilverStripe. Mautic also supports OAuth 1 and 2, but those requires some callback that I didn't have plans enough time yet to implement. However, basic authentication works very, very fine. I'll now send a test email and check it in my webmail. And as you can see, the basic Mautic installation is actually complete. Okay, we successfully installed the Mautic. However, you have to know that Mautic has some required cron jobs. It actually uses the Symfony console component, and console is called just like SilverStripe 1, and some operations are required. Okay, and so as those are very resource intensive, you can use options to batch limit them to process less than 300 contacts at a time. Here's my configuration in Plesk to schedule a task. Also, there are some optional cron jobs that you have to perform. I install always every one of those, just removing the Mautic import one, because I prefer if there's such a thing like a CSV file so large that requires to be processed in background, that means that I'll need to check that out myself for errors. I help my clients do just that. Also, you see that the cleanup all data has some options. We'll check those out right now. As you can see, as you are seeing, I'm checking my PHP version, and I'm contacting the console of Mautic. The G stays for GDPR and allows for cleanup of stale data, and this requires a confirmation. If you don't put N in the option, it will not be silent. G is the option to shorten this this option, the GDPR full option name. Also, there are other broadcasts cron jobs, and you have to know that those are only needed if your communication is sent to a very large group of people. Otherwise, everything will be done synchronously over the browser session. Okay, and those are all the scheduled tasks. There are some optional cron jobs that you have to know. If you apply for any conditions that give you the restrictions of the Californian version of the GDPR called CCPA, you will have to add 2 more cron jobs that are otherwise not needed. The first one will load up from the IP lookup service the do not sell list, and the second one will actually remove the data from your installation. Updating is very, very easy. It's just like WordPress. However, while WordPress updates usually can lead to catastrophic results, Mautic ones are really, really safe to perform and can be done from the UI bell in the top left part of the interface. To maintain your Mautic installation, the best friends are those ones that I'm listing right now. The first one clears the cache, the second one checks from updates from the command line. Then you can update the installation, because otherwise the second one does only a dry run. Then you can check for migrations and update your database structure, and make sure that as much PHP CLI interpreters have a very small memory limit, you may have to override the configuration to allow for more memory. Okay, so I'll now talk about the integration module that I've created. It is something very easy. It requires just for you to log in to the Mautic platform and create at least one segment, because this will be the grouping that your contacts will be pushed over. Okay, so to install SilverStripe and my integration, I'll type those commands in the next screen, and as you can see, I'm just downloading a small personalized version of Brett Tasker, the configuration, and installing user forms that this model is based for the integration. And you'll notice that I prefer to install the module by preferring this means that I can clone from the source repository instead of extracting the packagist zipball, so I can commit later any changes that I'd like to make. At least that happens with Composer 2.0. I think that Composer 1 modules already have the Git data embedded right in the files, but they are stripped out if you use Composer 2 modules. Okay, so everything plain simple up to this moment. And as you can see, if you are using Vagrant, Docker's installation are very, very fast and very lightweight. So I now have a working SilverStripe installation, a working Mautic installation, and I'm a working extension that I need to customize. The customization is made in the settings Mautic tab, where I can set my Mautic URL, username and password, and simply clicking save. There's nothing more I should do to connect to enable the connection. Okay, so this is a password field in SilverStripe, so it will blank out when you save, but actually the password is been saved. Then I will now create a user form, and this will allow me to create a form that I would like to customize. You have to know that Mautic allows you to create forms in the interface, but these forms are actually completely disconnected from your main website. That means that you can embed them as JavaScript or as a static HTML, but if you already have some forms, you cannot actually try to also use this data to push to Mautic. So as you can see, I've created some fields. The last two ones are actually checkboxes, because for the GDPR for the site to be GDPR compliant. It's not enough to make a mandatory acceptance of the terms and conditions of my website. But if I want to send marketing data, this marketing data should be accepted as a separate checkbox. Okay, so as you can see, I'm editing the names of the fields. I'll get on those names in a few seconds. And also the privacy field is called the privacy, and the Mautic and the marketing field is called marketing. I can use any field name that I want actually. However, you have to make sure that if you want to make sure that your field name will get used by Mautic to check up if you need to perform the push integration. Then you simply will have to put it in that field before. As you are seeing right now, I'm filling out this form, and the data is fake, but it simulates a normal user form installation. I'm accepting I'm submitting the data and loading up my Mautic instance. And as you can see, actually, my contact data is there and has been added to the developers segment into Mautic. So the integration, as you can see, is very, very easy, is very, very simple. There are some steps I would like to go back and talk about. As I've said, you can write a new password to change it, even if the existing password will not show up. And the module provides a sensible working default. That means that if you want to perform form mapping, because Mautic fields are fixed ones, but you can change Silver Stripe ones as much as you want. You can put the field name on the left part of the double column, and Mautic fixed the field name on the right part of the double column, and have a row for each form mapping that you want. And you simply have to use the merge field name in your user form, and you can perform the mapping automatically. This is very interesting because many people have already working websites and want to perform and upgrade to integrate this solution. They already have merge field names and don't want to change those. Also, the Mautic, the module caches the segment lists, and if you change it in Mautic, you have to flush the cache. So I created a button in the lower part of the site config, and it will show you with the notice that the Mautic cache has been flushed. The user forms is not mandatory, because actually you can push manually your contacts. You simply have to get an instance of the class Mautic, push an array of configuration the data. I'm simply pushing the site config because it will be treated just like an array, and you can use the map fields feature, but if you don't want, you can skip this part. It's not mandatory. As you can see, when I've created the segment in Mautic, the alias field as a text string that I'll have to put here in the Mautic segment alias string if I want to push to that segment. So that's something very easy. Of course, I love to check out how much fields have been mapped, because it may happen that no fields have been mapped, and so the fields mapped array is actually empty. So this is a proof of concept. Is actually not yet production ready code, because I've refactored other code that I already had, and it's missing some things. It's missing internationalization. It means that all the strings are in English, but I plan in the next few weeks to add at least Italian, because that's the language that I speak. It supports only basic authentication. However, Mautic supports OAuth 1 and OAuth 2 protocols. There are some caveats and callbacks back and front from SilverStripe and Mautic, so I'll left those out for this presentation. Also the module has yet to have any unit and functional tests, and there are some small bug fixes to make. I want to add extension hooks and make sure that all fields or contact can change on update. Otherwise, only the segment gets updated, and you have to know that all the events triggering endpoints actually are made from the part of the marketing automation features. But it can be nice to have method to actually add point and trigger events just from your SilverStripe installation. The stable release 1.0 is planned for the end of the year, and I plan to have a Mautic plugin that is made for Symfony that push data out. Okay, so that's for the module. I want to talk a bit about DevOps because we can't actually talk about mass email sending without talking about DevOps. Actually, we can't talk about sending email at all without talking about DevOps, because nowadays there are protocols in place that prevent some emails to be delivered to users' mailboxes. And even if you use solutions like MailChimp, some operations are made just under the hood for you. They tell you step by step what to do. But if you know what we are talking about, there should be a lot of more easier ways to debug if your email will not be delivered correctly to your mailboxes, to your user mailboxes. Okay, so the last thing I want to say about that is that some panels like Plesk, for example, do every of those operations for you, but you have to know that this means that the panel should have ownership and control of both the mail server and the DNS server, because those solutions use DNS lookups to work. Okay, the first protocol, the first technology that we want to talk about is domain keys identified email. And it's a big word, but actually it is something very easy. It is a pair of private and public keys, and the private key is used to sign the email that are sent from your mail server. Your mail server should support this technology, and any modern mail server like Postfix or Courier, for example, will support that out of the box. And you have to publish 2 records into your DNS server, one with the public key that is needed for verification from your recipient servers, and the other one is the verification criteria that explain what are the criteria to check out your data, what the recipient needs to check out in your signature. Okay, so that means that with the KIM, you will be sure that email messages will not be spoofed, they will not be faked or altered. Okay, the second technology is called the Sender Policy Framework. It allows for the recipient to check out a whitelist of servers that are allowed to send email on behalf of you. You simply need to publish a record on your DNS server with this list. You can find out over the internet a way to check out the syntax for that, and also some platform like MailChimp create a copy and paste string for you to set up, but I'm against copying and pasting authentication code without understanding what's under the hood. The last technology is called DMARC, that stands for Domain-Based Message Authentication Reporting and Conformance. It's something that adds on top of the other tools and allows for the recipient to understand the results of the tests of the other two technologies and ask you how would like to be treated according to these tests, because actually I release some constraints on some users that have particularly complicated email setups and enforce some policies where I know exactly I have a full control over the entire email sending stack. You just need to publish the correct email policy record in your DNS server. Okay. But you are not limited to SendMail or SMTP. If you want, there's a whole plethora of email transports that you can use, and there's every famous one on the list. Okay, so for GDPR compliance, the things that you have to know that is that double opt-in is managed a little different in Mautic than on other platform, because Mautic actually is a developer-centric platform, and you have they suggest the developers that you create actually a segment that you add your users to, and then add these then graduate the users, the contacts, to a confirmed segment once they opted in to receive communication. You also have to understand that data storage is performed both on your website and on the Mautic. Mautic is GDPR compliant on the part of user preference panels and on the part of forgetting the data that is stale. But if you are also using user forms, you'll end up having two different databases that needs to be maintained. Okay, also you have to check out how to do some your due diligence. You have to have distinct checkboxes, one for privacy policy and one for marketing. Actually, if you perform marketing with different channels, you'll have to have one checkbox for each channel. And if you perform tracking and cookies, you will have to get the consent from the user. I suggest you to check out Learnis Claro Cookie Consent. It is a nice integration of the Claros project into your own website. Okay, this is there's now a small trick that I would like to talk about, and this is important to understand something that I would like to talk about later. I've got a Gmail address, okay, and I've got a work one, and I usually sign up to a lot of websites, and I want to track which websites are actually selling my data and giving my email address to third parties. So one trick that I can use is called the plus addressing. I add to my email address the plus sign, so I can have email, my email dot plus eBay at gmail.com, or my email plus Amazon at gmail.com, and this will create in real time an alias, and I will receive back this information. If I receive spam from the email plus eBay at gmail.com, that means that my mail has been sent or has leaked to spammers. Okay, so this technology is important because this is also called VERP, or variable envelope return path. It is incorporated. It has been incorporated in Plesk in the latest two versions, and it is used by Mautic to check back what users are receiving, and if any user is sending back responses because their mailbox aren't able to receive any mails. However, some transports indeed instead have webhooks and callbacks that are very cool because allow to register and send register a webhook, and you'll get a callback where when an email bounces back. Okay, so that's for the DevOps. I would like to talk now about the novice users that aren't sharing their code to SilverStripe, to the SilverStripe GitHub community yet, and I would like to give you some tricks that I've learned in my journey. The first one is that I actually used the skeleton that has been made by the SilverStripe guys, and it has a lot of very sensible defaults. I've customized some files and pushed that into a repository, logged it into packages, and filled out a form. That's so easy at it seems. Also, when requiring my module in a development environment, I've been sure to prefer source so I can receive the Git directories, and I can push directly from my vendor module folder on the environment. Okay, so when developing this module, I had to refactor some code to use some best practices from the community. The first one is to do not directly create your classes, so you'll have to oh, nice. I'm seeing about the webhook implementation I would like to talk about later. And so, as you can see, I prefer to instance the classes with the injector, and this allows me to decouple the code as much as possible. I'm also passing objects instead of incorporating them inside other ones, and that allows me to switch and test easily in an easier way the code. As when you have your minimum viable product, as I have, you should consider test-driven development methodology. So you'll end up with red semaphores for a long time, but it will help you to get on track. And if you are managing your code in the open source community, there are a lot of ways to automate your actual testing. Also, I would like also to see that I ask you to do not require unnecessary code. You can check if a module is installed, and you can say that it's needed, but please do not assume that everyone wants that module. And also, please do not push your JavaScript code in the front end, because some front end configuration are complex. Some users are using Webpacks and or other ways to incorporate JavaScript front end code, and then they have to track out which module has added the requirement and block it. So that's something that at least you'll want to have as an option somewhere. And please use the Silver Stripe cache. Is actually it's free in the framework. You just have to put in your YAML your cache namespace, and then in your code you actually, for free, you have a way to get, set, check, and delete your data, and this will speed up things considerably. You can also flush the entire namespace, and as a bonus, if you have to div build and flash, this flushing will be done for you automatically. Just a few seconds to talk about the Mautic API. Mautic exposes a REST API as its own PHP Mautic API client. My module builds on top of that and creates a Mautic object. This indeed creates a Mautic API and asks the Mautic API to create a Mautic API auth object. This receives during creation the settings to perform authentication, and is passed as a parameter to a factory that is incorporated into the Mautic API PHP code, and it is called actually a context factory. For example, if I want to operate on contacts, then I will get the context. I can't even say that word. You can receive the context contact, and you'll receive back a contact API object, and you can perform operations on contacts with that contact API. Okay, so I'll now talk a bit about a case study. This is Negombo, an 11 hectares park in Ischia. Okay, it is made with Fluent, Elemental. It uses user forms. Some forms are complex, as you see. They are very customizable, and as you can see, there are fields that show or hide depending on other fields. We customized the terms and conditions message, and as you can see, there's a separate checkbox to receive information about the various parts, the various segments on the website, and this allows this company to send up very, very nice communications over the weeks and months. You'll have to understand that the trees in Mautic don't have to be much complicated. For example, this one on the right is only it's very, very easy, because you can actually, it simply sends an invite message, and if the person opens the invite, it will not invite him anymore to this event. Otherwise, it will send later in the weeks other invites and check out if the contact actually has received those invites. So that's something that actually even MailChimp does, but it is fixed. You have to push a button and in 24 period, and it will send back the same email. And as you are seeing, the forms are indeed very nice, and they have very, very different segments. They do a lot of things. So a lot is going on, and it is going on actually automatically. Okay, so if you have any questions apart from that, you can reach me out on Twitter, and you can use the StripeCon UA keyword that I'm actually tracking in my Mautic installation, and you can go to marketing.digital.it/StripeCon 2021 to receive the slides of this keynote. Okay, so are there any questions for me? And please don't ask me about the blue French horn. Thank you.
Jetzt müsste sich. Hello, Giancarlo.
Yes.
Thank you very much for this talk. It was very complete. I think you covered everything about Mautic and Silverstripe, but also everyone was really impressed by your presentation. I think everyone tomorrow is feeling the pressure to prepare their task. Bravissimo, Martina writes.
Okay, I'll be very eager to learn more about your experiences with Silverstripe. I thank you, all of you, very much for hearing me blabbering for a full hour about marketing automation things, and have a nice continuation. And for the ones on New Zealand, have a nice night. Goodbye.
Yes. Goodbye. Yes, that's it for day one, but it's not over. We are closing the live stream now, but we are not closing Gaza. I hope that I see you in Gaza, and especially I hope we see us tomorrow. Goodbye and have a good night.
nicht richtig. Warum ist das? Das falsch angegeben? 4 ist richtig. Ah, Mist, ich habe eine Enter vergessen. Okay, ich aktualisiere nochmal. Wahrscheinlich kannst du mir jetzt hier wechseln. Ja, jetzt ist richtig. Kleine Schwierigkeit. Ich habe die Enter-Taste vergessen. Du bist kein richtiger Pirat. Du drückst nicht auf die Enter-Taste. Genau. Guter Tipp. Ich wollte noch dem Vogel einen neuen Piratensitz geben.
Wir sind nicht gemutet. Wir sind nicht gemutet.